Hello. What's up, everybody? $10, Toxic, Brandon, beautiful Keanu, Nasrallah, Brainy, Zulu. Hope you guys are doing well. You're gonna have to tell me if the mic sounds just like usual today. I've changed the way my mic is positioned on the desk and everything. In order to, have it better positioned with the new monitor and everything. I'm also gonna probably hit the mic stand a bit more until I get used to the new. It's a bit lower than it used to. So you guys let me know. I've been struggling with one thing with that monitor. Somehow there's something with the capture card, I think, that makes it that I lose the full RGB range color sometimes on the PS5. Like I will play, it looks normal, and then like if I start the capture card, like starting OBS or whatever, suddenly I have like the limited range only anymore displaying on the screen. And so my monitor looks washed out because of it. It's fine on OBS and whatever, but and I have no idea what causes that to happen. It's a mystery. I know how to fix it. Like I have to, switch the settings in the PS5 back and forth, but no idea why it's throwing it off with. Yeah, I don't know. It's really a weird thing. I'm considering getting a splitter. It's probably gonna fix that issue. I think it's a problem with the pass-through just not registering the correct color range when hitting the monitor. This didn't used to happen because my previous monitor had a setting if I wanted to have the monitor in full or limited. So you put the PS5 in full, you put the monitor in limited, or the opposite, and it's perfectly fine. This one is automatically detecting whatever signal it's getting, and I think sometimes it's reading the wrong signal, but I don't know. It's a weird thing. I'll have to solve that at some point. I think a splitter might help, but it's also going to fix my reds, which I wouldn't be mad about. But that's a whole lot of tech issues that you guys probably don't even well, I mean, some of you might not even know what I'm talking about, so I don't know. What's up, Bryboot? What's up, Mawpaw? What's up, Electron? What's up, Shepherd? Hope you guys are doing well. It's go in game there. We're at the very beginning of a run, I believe. So let's go sit in there and wait. Yeah, Zulu. I haven't touched that back when I tried it, so it's something that I'm honestly pretty hyped to revisit at some point, so. Oh, we're actually in the middle of a run. I forgot that we started one. I thought we... Didn't we die? I don't remember. No. I remember now. Yeah. I started a new one and I remember saying, oh, I'm gonna stop here and tomorrow we'll have to figure out that room. There's a lot of chests and pickups and... Yeah. You got a Zoom meeting in 3 hours with the new brewery. Nice. So, Naz isn't streaming tonight, right? Which means I can go long. I'm probably not gonna go like the full... whatever... Like full... long stream as I did last weekend. We'll see. Maybe I'll go like a couple hours. I mean, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Let's just not. I never heard that there was a buzzing on this screen particularly. Find salvage from hostile, but suffer damage from long falls. Oh yeah, that run. Nice. Extermination sphere. I mean, we could get rid of it. Ground surge. Adrenaline. Oh no, we want parasites for the stagger power. Okay. Low integrity, gain a shield. Okay. Slugshot 2 that I'm trying to unlock. Critical stagger, rapid spitter. Yeah, okay. Dude! I have no idea. It's starting again. I have no idea why he didn't want to grab. I have no idea why he did not want to grab, but it's made me so angry there. Yeah, sure. This is actually a very good one. Damage per adrenaline level. It's awesome. We hate video games, yeah. I just don't understand why. I don't know, maybe I was too late on the input, but it felt like it was still showing me the input, but I don't know. Wait. Oh yeah. Honestly, that parasite that makes me fall, that triggers damage when I fall is pretty bad. Moderate chance. You know what? No. I'm not even gonna risk it. I think I picked that one up. Or ignored that one up. No, I traded, yeah. Hi. Yeah, how's everyone's Friday been otherwise? Some of you guys probably very happy that it's the weekend now. You can turn every stupid Ubisoft marker off. That's actually pretty good. I'm gonna have to certainly look into that when I play it. Okay, there's gonna be a big dude spawning here. Oh my god, I almost dashed through those, but I can't. I actually can dash through those. Oh my god, this is awful. Probably dead. How do I deal with this? I mean, holy shit. Anyway. What's up, Casey Ann? What's up, Cosmic? How you doing, man?
How did I keep going before?
Kingdom. Welcome in. Like, okay, so I couldn't dash through the purple ones. I could jump over them and whatever, but Jesus, that was a fucking vile setup right there. I just didn't have the damage actually. I think that's the problem. Game is cranking it up, yeah. Dude, I mean, it's been... Gotta get hit in the first room. That's like a tradition almost at this point. You know what? Yeah, let's keep unlocking. This is a very good game, Cosmic. It's for now PS5 exclusive, but there's a very substantiated rumor that it's coming to PC. So. Well, both these things can be true, Brandon, but... Successful overloads generate energy bolts that hit 2 nearest hostiles. Yeah, I mean... Wait, where is it? Oh, under, yeah. Many hours of luck? I don't know. I think it's the other way around. I'm just hitting a poor, you know, poor streak of luck, but yeah, that's what we've been hearing for a while, Hubs. There was also a screenshot of potential PC settings. Someone mentioned it might have been fake, but I have no like reliable source on that. I personally saw the screenshot, thought it looked pretty authentic, but you never know. Like, people are very good at making fakes these days, so. But that in conjunction with the then later SteamDB listing made it feel like the first part of the supposed leak was pretty accurate, but who knows? I mean, I'm sure we'll know soon enough. Full auto, a bullet magnet, enlarged chamber, lots of bonus damage. You know what? Yeah. I haven't been very lucky with that weapon. In fact, it's been pretty cursed for me, but... Let's see. What's up, Ginez? I mean, I don't know. I don't work for any of the companies involved, so... We'll see, hopefully. Well, I mean, you start with the sidearm, like the pistol. It's called the sidearm in the game. You start with it, but you can like it's you can find upgraded versions in the world, right? It's not a weaker weapon or anything. Just the one you start with has no traits, so it's usually pretty bad. But you can find very good ones. So yeah, I've had a few runs that I was playing mainly with the pistol, but if it comes with like homing missiles and a few good traits, it's pretty good. People never stick with it. Yeah, I've had one that went pretty long with the pistol, but I don't know, maybe there's a sort of, you know, like, oh, it's the weapon you start with, so there's like a bias that we tend to think it's not that great. But I think there's definitely a few setups with certain traits that can make it very good, but... Critical stagger level 2, slug shot, rapid spitter. Huh. This is not bad. Critical stagger level 2 is pretty good. How's the mic, by the way? Does it sound as usual? No difference? Nice. Thank you, Brendan. It's okay? Yeah. I'll compare the VODs anyway, but yeah. I don't know what to do. I kinda like my slug shot. Ah, shit. 2 of those assholes with shields and 1 without, I think, on the other side there. There's a lot of big enemies there. Oh my god, it's still not dead. The first hit removed like 75% of his HP, even though he was shield. And then the next one almost doesn't damage him. How does that work? There's another one that's unshielded there, yeah. Oh shit, there's so many of them, what the hell? Alright. 2023 is going to be a huge year for gaming. Yeah, I mean, what year hasn't been so far? Like, I mean, even at the fucking peak of the pandemic, we were still getting insane games out there. So, I don't know. It's been a pretty crazy past few years. Like, I don't know exactly when, and maybe it's a personal bias, you know, of being a bit more into gaming again, but feels like it's been, yeah, since 2019, maybe even before. I mean, Jesus, there was so many good games. That's the starting one. I mean, I could see myself going heavy on overload mechanics, but it would force me to finally learn how to overload well. Actually don't need. It's alright. I don't understand why interact and the grappling hook cannot be put on different buttons. That would be so much better for so many reasons. Right, Naz? Oh my god. Okay. up $10? Yeah, I'm pretty excited about Diablo 4, for sure. Which makes me wonder, I hope Captain Dax is doing alright on his honeymoon. I'm not sure. Not sure if I want to do something with this one. I don't want to get into too many fights with my current malfunction though. Sounds like a good way to lose my bubble lights. Oh my god, everything's malignant. What the fuck is wrong with... So, I feel about the same, Eve. However, we've heard from, you know, insider sources that things are actually getting quite a bit better, at least in terms of the development floor, like the you know, since the news broke out last year. Oh, was it this year? Whenever it happened, last year I think. It's apparently gotten better in terms of the employee, you know, treatments and behaviors, and so this is quite encouraging. You know, doesn't mean everything's fixed, of course, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Zulu. I mean, there's, you know, it's been bad for a long time, if we're being honest with ourselves, right? Between WoW and Overwatch. But it didn't prevent Diablo 2 Resurrected to come out and being faithful to the original for the most part, and not have any microtransactions or anything of that sort. So, who knows? You know? I haven't heard anything in terms of them adding anything of that sort to the game yet, so, you know, cautiously optimistic. Actually, that's pretty good, because I can get rid of my malfunction for cheap, and potentially get a good item for cheap as well. Oh, that's a good one. Okay. I'm not mad about that. Wait, random fabricators? Oh, I didn't realize random fabricators could fabricate more than one item. Overwatch 1 is great. Well, I mean, you can't say in the same sentence that D4 looks good, but they add microtransaction to it and hold that as a negative, and then say, oh, Overwatch 1 was great. Come on. Overwatch 1 was the worst with loot boxes. Like, at this point in Blizzard's career, it was their worst cash grab ever. The game was good. I'm not saying the opposite, right? But you can't buy loot boxes in Overwatch 1? Oh yes you could. I spent a lot of money on those. The game was hammering you with them on release. Like, it was insane. Oh no, yeah, I mean, Overwatch 1 was just, you know, that was the beginning of, like, to me at least. I mean, everything in WoW up to that point was already being weird, like some of the stuff they added, but, you know, it was WoW. It was, like, contained to that MMO thing. But yeah, Overwatch was the first time, like, you were buying a full-price game and you were, like, hammered with microtransactions on top of it, so... In terms of Blizzard, I mean, you know. Oh yeah, no, I mean... So... Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Diablo 4 entails, but... I haven't heard anything about them adding microtransactions to it after the backlash on Immortal. Hopefully they have a bit of sense to themselves. From what we know, you know, from one of the dev that has been hanging out around here, they themselves aren't, you know, doing anything like that at the moment. There's no conversation about that apparently, or, you know. Now, in terms of what the publisher side of Blizzard will require or request later, that we'll have to see, but yeah. So far so good at least, so. What's up, Casey? How are you doing, man? Yeah, that's true. Diablo 3 real money auction house was prior to Overwatch. They did end up removing it though, which, well, of course, you know, you can say like, oh, they already made their money, so whatever, but it's still a sign that they might be aware that some of the more core Diablo audience doesn't want any of that. I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. As always, you know, it's what happens on the dev floor and what happens on the publisher floor is two different things. We'll see how both those things coexist, you know. Oh my god, I'm getting absolutely smashed right now. Okay, let's... It's not gonna help. Yeah, it's become an industry standard, and as much as I hate it, I don't think we're getting away with it anymore, but... I mean, I don't think Path of Exile is the outlier. I think most free-to-play games use that system. And I don't know, I mean, I'm not giving Path of Exile a pass or anything. They have some... Like, people like to forget, but they have a lot of, you know, somewhat bullshit microtransactions as well. You can buy stash space, which in those games we know is not just convenience. Like, you actually get an advantage by having more stash space, so... I don't think Path of Exile is that... Like, people like to, you know, give a pass to that game for some reason, but... It's not a paragon of greatness either. I mean, it was here from the start, Kingdom. Like, literally the first thing I saw when I loaded a Path of Exile, back when it was... I don't think it was even fully released at the time. It was still in beta. Like, the first thing I was informed was, oh, you can buy stash space as soon as I got into the game. I was like, okay. So... And I mean, you can argue that it's free to play, so fair is fair, right? But, yeah. don't know if I'd call that a better approach. I'd rather pay full price for a game and get everything unlockable by playing the game. That would be my favorite way to go about it. And if you're making a free-to-play game and are selling cosmetics, alright, that's fair. Cosmetics. But anything that affects gameplay, not a big fan. Not a big fan. At all. And I'm saying that as someone who's, you know, who puts Tarkov in their favorite multiplayer game of all time. Even though in Tarkov, if you buy a more expensive version of the game, you get a bigger stash and personal, you know, safe case or whatever it's called. So, what's up, part-time? What's up, Camus? Welcome in. What's up, Greg? I disagree, Zulu. I disagree that it's just for convenience. That's the whole point. Having more stash space in ARPG is a lot more than just convenience. It's literally helping you progress and get get your character better in the game. It's strictly there's a very close direct link between being able to progress more and getting a better character and having more stash space. The normal stashes, yes. The currency stashes are convenience. Isn't Path of Exile like all the stuff you can get is literally like all currency, like items you can trade and... I don't know. I'm not an expert at Path of Exile, but... Seems to me like it's helping progression quite a bit to be able to stack more stuff, but... yeah, I've heard of it, Casey. Yeah. I heard it's pretty good. Dude, I'm getting absolutely fucked by the rooms. Like, look at how many turrets there is there. I'm doing 0 damage to them, apparently. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know. I've never been a fan of the idea of buying extra stash space with real life money. It just rubs me the wrong way. Yeah, maybe Zulu, I don't know. But still, going back to my original point, it's a bit strange that you've brought up microtransactions as a problem in Diablo 4 when defending it for other games. I understand there's a difference between paying for a full-price game and getting a free-to-play game, but the nature of the microtransaction itself doesn't change if it's free-to-play or a full price game, right? The nature of the microtransaction and how it affects the game is not different. It still affects the game in the same way. If we remove like the price nature of it. Therefore, you could say, realistically, well, I'm just gonna get Diablo 4 and I'm not gonna engage in microtransactions, and so it shouldn't be a problem. If your point was only the, you know, financial aspect of it, then sure, but... Okay, that triggered my thing. What's up, Blubberduck? Yeah, that might be a good solution. Yeah, I don't know, Naz. Yeah, I would be okay with that as myself too. I mean, you know, I'd pretty much take anything over having microtransactions in game, whether they're cosmetic or not or whatever. I don't care. It's just I don't like getting a game and being asked to put in more money. It's just something that bothers me, regardless of what it is. But I don't know, it just... I don't like the idea of... I don't like the idea of... What am I trying to say? Swearing off of a game before it's even there, before we know what the nature of it's gonna be. I'll be the first one to complain if, you know, if Diablo 4 is full of bullshit, but before that, I mean, I'm cautiously optimistic, as I always am when I'm interested in a game, right? The only thing that would have kept me from getting in, honestly, and we were talking about that like a month ago, I think, was the actual real big problems, social problems at Blizzard, right? Those are apparently on a good way to being a thing of the past, at least from what we can hear from the devs. Which, you know, might or might not be true, that we have no proof, but I have no reason not to believe the person who told us about that, so I think that's a good sign. That's pretty good. Makes me hopeful, at least for them, the people working there, more than anything. And makes me be a bit more, you know, well, okay, I can probably feel okay about getting a game from them. Now, as far as the microtransaction bullshit, we'll see when we get there, right? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure, Zulu, because, well, I mean, it's going to the publisher. That's the reality of it. Now, if the publisher doesn't make enough money then the devs are going to be the first ones to suffer from it as well. So you know, we'll live, unfortunately we live in a world where the publishers need to make their money, otherwise you know, and that's a pretty shitty situation, but provided we can't change the system, the publisher making more money leads to, hopefully, the developers being able to keep having a job and so on, but long live indie games. Sure. But you've said it yourself, you know. You still enjoy going back to Diablo 3, you're playing Horizon, so let's, you know, let's not pretend we're above enjoying our corporate overlords giving us some good content, right? I haven't tried the demo, Camus. I actually, interestingly, while I was the intro of the stream was happening, I went on the store, and I went on the store and trying to get the demo, but it's not on the PlayStation Store in Europe apparently. So I don't know what's up with that. I don't know if it's not there yet, or if I just didn't see it or didn't find it, but I would actually like to try it, yeah. Yeah, I mean... unfortunately, our problem is not really a video game problem, right? Our problem lays with the foundation of how business and corporations work. Our problem here is capitalism, it's not video game. Yeah, I don't know. And do we want to go back? I mean, maybe there's an argument to be made for that. Do we want to go back to when the industry didn't have any money and there were no big money investors and corporations behind every game? And I don't know. I mean, I'm seeing video games like what I'm playing now, and I'm like, this would have never existed if not for a big corporation putting a ton of money in it. I wouldn't know any better, would probably be playing good games still, I don't know. But then you go further and you think, okay, if the industry is not developing and not being profitable enough, even indie games don't have a space to exist. A game like Outer Wilds cannot exist. Annapurna as a publisher cannot exist if the industry isn't as big as it is because there's big money in it. Game Pass cannot exist. Outer Wilds exploding because of Game Pass cannot happen. It's not as simple as, oh, let's just make indie games. No, because there needs to be... Steam cannot exist without big money. Cheap, quote-unquote, cheap computers, consoles, gaming monitors, all that stuff cannot exist with big money in the space. It's all, you know, an interlocked interweaved system of stuff benefiting from each other. Indie games have exploded because the space became so much bigger that there was enough consumers for smaller companies to live and prosper in that system, right? It's the same thing in book publishing. A writer like me cannot exist if there isn't a Stephen King selling millions and millions of books every year. So Japanese game studios don't do microtransactions and they still exist. Well, there's two things here. First of all, I don't think that's entirely true. I'm pretty sure there's microtransactions in Japanese games. Isn't? Okay, never mind. Genshin Impact is Chinese. I'm still sure there's microtransactions in Japanese games, but you know. The fact is, it's still an interwoven system, right? If the industry wasn't as big as it is, thanks to worldwide investors and all that, Japanese game studios would make less money. So, would they still exist in the same way they do now? Maybe not. Maybe a game like Dark Souls never becomes a huge, incredible hit because of the international video game industry being less than what it is. You never know. It's really an interwoven system. Everything would be smaller, games would export less. We can't have one and not the rest of it, is what I mean. Like, it's not how it works. It's not as simple as, well, let's just not do that and remove. No, but that's not the problem. Well, I mean, you're confusing loot boxes, which can be considered as gambling, and just straight up microtransaction, which is I put money in the game to purchase a single item that I paid for. There it is. Dead or Alive. You can buy costumes and shit in Dead or Alive. You can buy shit in Tekken. They have microtransactions. Not loot boxes, but they still have microtransactions. Microtransactions is more than just loot boxes. It's everything that you can purchase within a game, in addition to the buy-in price. But, you know, that's I think the conversation has moved a bit beyond just microtransaction. We're talking about big publishers wanting to make money off of their games, and, you know. I would seriously buy a lot more AAA games at release if I would get quality in return, not early access, and if the devs would be paid better without having them work their asses off for impossible deadlines. I mean, once again, like, there's been a lot of highly publicized bad examples. There's still a lot of great examples as well. It's not just all bad. Like, you can buy great AAA games. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I'm playing one right now. No microtransaction that I know of. AAA, big publisher behind it. Fantastic game from start to finish. No early access, no, you know, nothing but quality. I don't know how the conditions of the people developing the game were, but I haven't heard anything bad about it. So. And I agree on the indie games are being good, but I hope you're listening to what I'm saying, in that indie games could not exist without the industry being as big as it is. It could simply not. It would just, well, I mean, they would exist, but we wouldn't hear about 5% of them, and most of them would not be profitable. We'd be back to the days of before. If you remember them, like, indie games just simply didn't come out much. Like, you would maybe have one exception like Cave Story, just going through the, you know, the internet, and that would be it. But what's up, Ultra Violet? Moving forward, I hope all games are not going to be the price of this one. That's exactly the opposite of what we're arguing right now. And it's, you know, you can have your opinion, but I'm just saying I would much rather pay 10 more bucks for a game and not have microtransactions in them at all. Unfortunately, all signs point to we're gonna pay more for the base game and we're gonna have more microtransactions because it seems to be the way the industry is going, but no. What's up, Warren? How are you doing today? What's up, Jeff? They have, yeah, they have gacha machines in Japan. In fact, and that's an interesting point that I love to bring up some of the time, is everyone's always, you know, praising the From Software games and panicking about, oh my god, Activision, Blizzard, EA, whatever. From Software is owned by a corporation that makes most of their gaming money, their gaming sector money, from gacha machines in Japan. That's the corporation that owns From Software. Have been since the start. And everything's just fine, just people don't know about it, so they're not mad about it. Otherwise it would be, you know, like, oh my god, they're gonna make loot boxes in the next Dark Souls games. You know, like when Tencent got involved and Sony got involved, it was like, oh my god, we're gonna have microtransactions in our next From Software game. Dude, the company's been owned by a gacha company for a decade now. It's a huge corporation. Their gaming subsection is mostly doing gacha machines in Japan. It's gonna be fine, don't worry. It's just like people are being so unreasonable these days. It's all knee-jerk reactions to whatever's happening. There's no more objectivity and you know, distance with information anymore. What's up, Jedi Order? How are you, man? But, you know, it all comes down to what are the publishers doing? What are, you know, the company that owns, the corporation that owns a developer or a publisher, that's one thing, right? Their goal is to make money. I know, Kamul, but it's part of the gaming sector. Like companies, like big corporations usually have those machines in the same, it's the same department in the corporation that you know, oversees the products. But that's the thing, you know, if I don't care what corporation owns From Software, like the dev is doing the dev's job, the publisher is doing the publisher's job, the corporations that are above everything, they just play with money all day. They don't give a shit about the actual games. Now the publishers, that's where it becomes problematic, because some publishers are hands-on and some publishers are hands-off. EA notoriously has been hands-on for a lot of games. It didn't prevent some fantastic video games coming out from them in the past few years. Titanfall is an example that's brought up a lot. Jedi Fallen Order, whatever you think of Star Wars or the game itself, is pretty decent, right? As far as I can tell, there was no predatory microtransactions in there. And still published by EA, and EA was just very hands-off and like, yeah, you respawn, you do your shit, and that's it, you know? So, you know, that's why I'm not... I don't like the knee-jerk reactions of, oh, that publisher is doing this, oh my god, it's terrible. No, I mean, let the dev do their job, and then let's see what the publisher does with it. And that goes back to a conversation we had on Naz's channel the other day, that a big argument that I'm not necessarily going to go through again, but every publisher does good shit, every publisher does bad shit, most of them do. I mean, I'm not talking about smaller indie ones, you know, I'm talking about like the big publishers. It's unfortunately everyone has a higher hierarchy to answer to, right? They're just doing what they can to their jobs. Sometimes it means making more money, sometimes it means making great video games. It's, you know, I don't know. I haven't played Anthem, so I don't know how it was, or, you know, yeah, I totally, didn't see anything of Anthem. I just know that it came out and then was forgotten pretty fast after that. If you know how many hours you put into a Resogun, would have paid $70 for it. Yeah, I mean, it's always easier in retrospect, right? Any tips for this game for a first-time player? I mean, I'm personally playing for the first time, so I will say my main, what's been working for me is taking my time and really, you know, making the most out of every location and taking my time to make the good decisions, sometimes leaving items on the ground or stuff on the ground for later if it can help, like solve malfunctions or whatever. I don't know, take my time, approach it slowly at the beginning, and maybe that's the reason why I've not been doing so well in the past few runs. I'm rushing too much, not being as patient as I used to be at the beginning. But the gaming industry has become a very large machine, and it's very difficult to navigate in it. And but I think it's important to not forget that nothing about it would work the way it does now if it wasn't for the big money coming in. That means the pluses and the many problems that we see. Like, we see all the problems and we talk about it. The microtransactions, all the access bullshit, hordes of sequels and reboots and whatever, remakes, however you want to, you know. It's also why we are able to get games like these existing, and all the good stuff, like the relatively cheap consoles. Like, look at the prices adjusted for inflation. PS5s are cheaper than PS3s, and most consoles from all the way back in the day. We're getting cheap gaming, relatively speaking, these days. Game passes, PS Plus extras, and all that stuff that allows us to get sales all the time. Like, all the sales, you know, we can get. That's all because the big money exists in the space. We have to remember that. It's easy to spit in the soup, as we say in French. And, you know, be like, those big companies fucking ruining our video games. It's not that simple. A lot of the money coming in has a lot of positive effects that we enjoy continuously. And it's important to just keep that in mind. Like, it's not just a one-way street, right? It comes with advantages and problems, as with every big industry. And it doesn't mean we don't have to complain about it or want to fix the problems, because the industry could, in the state that it is now, could strive without going further and further down the bad path, right? It could. There are some improvements that could be done, and it doesn't mean we need to accept everything. It just means that we need to realize that we got there thanks to also, like, the money that came in. Well, I agree with that, Zulu, but to that point, we could argue that the base game for the base price had plenty of content for its price point, right? And if you wanted more, you could get the DLCs, which gave you more content. And I'm not saying all DLCs are fair, like some of them are clearly, you know, stuff that they cut from the game to put them back as DLCs. That happens, we know it happens, and it's pretty shit. But, you know. You don't have to, right? Your paid for gaming experience is not different because you don't have the DLCs. It's very, to me at least, and maybe you won't agree, but to me it's very different than having a game with microtransactions to acquire an extra stash space, which will affect my paying experience if I don't have that stash space, right? If I'm talking about a game that I pay, I'm not talking about Path of Exile there, right? Again, I'm talking about like a full price game that I'm purchasing. At which point is the line drawn? I don't know. For me, not there, that's for sure. I'm gladly paying for DLCs if it's adding a significant amount of content to a game I enjoyed. To me, the line is not there. But if we really want to talk about like the history of the evolution of microtransactions in video games and DLCs, the line should have been drawn when the fucking horse armor came out for Oblivion. And many people, myself included, screamed at whoever wanted to listen on the internet that, oh my god, this is a bad fucking slippery slope, let's not go there. And people were like, it's fine, you don't have to buy it if you don't want to. Alright, all the, you know, people gagging on Bethesda's cock. Yeah, no, it's fine, you don't have to buy it if you don't want to. Yeah, sure. Well, it's how do we feel about that now? That's where the line should have been drawn. Now, you know. But I addressed that, Zulu, like, there's a difference between like a proper DLC and stuff that's just cut from the game or unfinished and then being added to it, but I don't know, to me, the line is very personal. Say, let's imagine that, this is my, yeah, no, we're okay. Let's imagine, I don't know, let's imagine Dark Souls 1 DLC was supposed to be part of the main game from the start, but they couldn't finish it and they released it like a year later for 30 bucks or whatever it was. Do I feel taken advantage of for the content that I'm getting for the full price of the main game and then for the DLC price? Probably not. So my personal line would be, you know, I'd be like, well, it's fine. I paid for extra content. I'm happy I did. Without knowing how it was developed. I'm not saying that was the case. I'm just saying, let's imagine. I don't know what the case was. Does it change anything? Whether or not it was developed later or it was cut content from the game or unfinished content that they, you know, added later for a price. I guess ethically it does. But for me as a consumer, does it change something? I don't know. I'm glad with the amount of content I got from the base price of the game. And I'm glad with the amount of content I got from the DLC, right? It comes down to researching your stuff, I guess, and purchasing. Basically doing what you're comfortable with your money, right? Now, let's say, and that's a very different example, that in the base game you couldn't maybe it's It's a bit of a different... Well... Let's assume you had weight limit, like in in Demon Souls, in Dark Souls, right? Weight limit of what you can carry. And now let's say the stash in the Nexus was a pay to, you know, a DLC content. Right? Like, oh, pay for your stash and you can store items now. That would be pretty shit. Even if it was cheap, like regardless of, you know, what the price tag is. Because my experience of a paying customer is going to be affected directly, right? So to me, the line is easily drawn by... God damn it. My line is personal and it's drawn depending on how I feel about the experience that I paid for, basically is what I'm trying to say, so... Yeah, I mean, I'm not arguing in favor of Season Pass, so we're clear. I think Season Pass are absolute bullshit. I don't want to pay for content that I'm not yet aware of what it's going to be and everything. I'm not arguing in favor of that. I think that's, you know... In fact, you know, if I had been playing DS2 like consistently at the time, I would not have wanted to get a season pass. I would have wanted to wait for the DLCs to be released and then buy them individually, even at the, you know, even if I was gonna lose money on that. But what are my thoughts on the Tarkov secure container? That's complicated. Technically, Tarkov is a beta, right? We're paying for early access right now, which is a whole other can of worms. I don't like what they're doing with the marketing and price points on Tarkov, so we're clear. I think it's pretty bullshit. I don't like the idea of paying more and having an advantage in game. I am personally fine with the amount of money that I spent on Tarkov because I was having so much fun with the base game that I purchased after one. Basically, I played one. I dashed the wrong way. Anyway, let me. I played one, what is it called? Not a split, a wipe. I played one wipe with the base version of the game, and I liked it so much. When I wanted to get into another wipe, I was like, I'm gonna put a bit more money, and I'm gonna have like the extra stuff, right? It's gonna make my life easier, blah blah blah. And I'm okay with it personally. I got way more than my money's worth. I play like, I don't know, like 1,200 hours of Tarkov. So I'm pretty okay with the amount of money that I paid for that. And it was all quality entertainment, by the way. I'm not thinking in terms of how much money I pay for how many hours of gameplay. I don't like that. I mean, for me, it's how much did I enjoy what I paid for. Tarkov, both in quantity and quality, was right up there for me. Best multiplayer game I've ever played. I still don't like it in terms of, you know, I still think it's a pretty shitty thing. I would much rather... Even that I've paid more, I would much rather now them saying, okay, we're gonna put all the same tools for the cheaper version as well. You don't get anything more. We're removing the higher paying options from now on. I would be perfectly okay with that, even though I paid personally more. Because I think it's stupid. Everyone should be on the same you know, level of... have the same tools, basically, in-game. So, yeah. If we're talking about it objectively, I don't like it. I think it's a pretty bad system. I don't personally mind what I paid for it, but I still agree that it's a bad system that shouldn't have been there. So. every time there's a lot of money involved, everything becomes very complicated. The gaming industry is a lot more complicated now than it was 20 years ago, right? Even 10, 20 even more, 30 even more. It's... hypothetically, you shouldn't have to pay anything once it comes out. So with the version I got, I believe yes, all the DLCs and whatever, or at least the first one. I'm not sure what the exact. Honestly, I didn't care when I paid for it. I just wanted the bigger stash. Let's see. I'm gonna go check what it says exactly. Free access to all subsequent DLCs is what it says. I'm not sure we're gonna get DLCs at any point in Tarkov anyway. That's not how the game works anymore, I don't think, but... yeah, I don't know. That's a very different conversation, right? It's calling a game beta to justify why it's still full of bugs and I mean, I'm sure the way they see it as devs, it's probably, you know, they do see it as a beta. It's an unfinished game, probably. I can definitely believe that. But let's be fair, like, the game's been out, it's been played, it's being played, it's a full fucking game at this point. It's not, you know... Let's not be weird about it, but... I don't know. Well, I don't know. Is it a nice gesture? You're paying like what, $100 plus for it? So I want Crickle Stagger. I do like the carbine, but there is a deluxe edition. Well, okay, now that's a very different topic again, and one that I'm not. I hate the fucking deluxe edition thing. If I'm paying for a deluxe edition or a collector's edition, it better be physical and it better give me a fucking physical thing for it. If I'm paying 10 more bucks for a deluxe edition that has a beautiful steel case, for instance, to put it on my shelf because I like steel cases, that's fine. At least I know what I'm paying for. If I'm paying for a collector's edition that has a nice statue with it, physical thing, that's perfectly fine. Again, physical, you know what you're paying for, beautiful. But digital collector's edition? Deluxe edition? Come on, man. Like... oh, you get a code for your fucking soundtrack or a digital art book or whatever. Fuck off. Put that on your website. Like, I'm gonna get the soundtrack on YouTube. Do I fucking care? Fucking hate it. I don't know. And again, if that's your thing, you like having your digital collector's edition with your digital art book, PDF or whatever, that's perfectly fine. I'm not here to judge how you spend your money. It's just, for me personally, I just don't like it. I think it's a waste of money, and I will usually never go for them. I don't remember the last time I got a digital collector's edition of something. I don't know. Yeah, and that's another problem. Like, when the games actually give you stuff that's breaking your early game progression. I fucking hate that. I will make a point, if I ever find myself with especially when you buy games on sale much later, Like suddenly you get like a deluxe edition that's on sale for a cheaper price than the base one. So you're getting the deluxe one because it's on sale and whatever, you know. You just want the game for cheap, which is what I did for what game was it? Dirt Rally 2. I got this one. It was the deluxe edition with all the DLCs or whatever for cheaper than the base version of the game. So I got that. And you start career mode and you have all the money you ever need and tons of cars unlocked. I spent the first hour in that game selling all of the cars that I didn't, you know, that got extra with the DLCs and whatever, and then buying the most expensive car and selling it again immediately until my money was back to almost zero, because I didn't want to change my progression in career mode. So that's pretty much that's all. Actually, that's all I did since I purchased the game, is reset my account by removing all that trash that came automatically with it. That's how fucking, you know, intense I am about getting that pure experience of progression and having to earn my achievements, right? And by achievements, I mean actual achievements in-game. I don't mean trophies, right? So we're clear. What's up, Uhrwerknacht? Uhrwerknacht. That's a complicated name. Hope you're well, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Been growing it for 3 months. It's been going well. But yeah, it's a complicated topic. You didn't slaughter it like others usually. I'm from Switzerland, so I have a bit of German, you know, a tiny bit of... I understand German pretty well. I don't speak it at all. I learned in school, and half my family is Swiss German, but I speak with them in English, so. But yeah, so I guess my ear is a bit... I try to do my best. It's still complicated, but... I want to unlock Critical Stagger, I think. Yeah, let's unlock Critical Stagger. They really should, hubs, yeah. I looked it up actually if there was any way to disable all that stuff, and no, there wasn't. So people worked around that shit, but... Yeah, Zulu. Yeah, that's one thing where I totally agree with. I know Cody's making that point very often, and I totally agree with him. I mean, it's not like a groundbreaking point or anything, but why would you purchase a video game for more money to be able to play less of it? Because you get time savers. And the usual argument that comes in return to that is, well, I have a job and kids. I don't have time. And, you know, again, fair is fair. You do what you want with your money. That's not my place to tell you what to do with your cash. But why are you just not playing a bit less of the game? I mean, you don't have to finish the game quick. You can just chill and take your time. And if the game takes you a year to complete, then so it is. I mean... And again, like, if for you that's not okay and you would much prefer getting time savers and finishing the game in a more timely manner because you have another game to go to, that's your money, that's okay. I mean, I'm not here to tell you what to do, but please at least understand that this is exactly what those publishers want. Because they can prey on that. and unfortunately, then it tends to ruin... It tends to ruin the industry a bit for the rest of us, right? Because then it becomes the standard, and if you don't have the time savers, the game is balanced around them, and you get fucked anyway, because they want you to then spend a bit more money to get even more advantages, and it becomes very complicated, right? But... Yeah, that's a house. I'll get to your question in a minute. You only recently grew that mustache. You rubbed the world of a mustache like... Yeah, I used to have facial hair when I was a bit younger, but it was a mess. I was just not shaving and it was a complete mess. And I've only grown that for 3 months, like properly. When I started streaming again, actually. I clean shaved when I first came back to streaming. for my first day, you know? And then after a week, I shaved again. And at the end of the first week, I was already having a bit of a, you know, a decent thing going. And people were like, oh, yeah, you get a mustache coming in. And I was like, I'm gonna shave it. And then at one point, I don't know when, like someone was like, oh, I missed the start of the mustache you had going. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna let it grow. Let's go. And I've been growing it since then. And, you know, I think this time I'm taking care of it. I'm like hydrating it properly and training it with regular combing and, you know, trimming it correctly. And it's been growing pretty well. So I'm pretty happy. So, did you name it? No, it's just a mustache. Doesn't need a name. $10. I always think Swiss people speak 3 languages. So the country has 3 different languages. Yes, mostly German, then French. Like 60% German, 30% French, 10% Italian, and there's a 4th one called Romansh that only a handful of people speak anymore. But yeah, it's still an official language. How did you fare in the game so far? Never played it, but I love the soundtrack. Oh, dude, like the soundtrack is amazing. The sound design's amazing. I've been going very well at the beginning. I only died like 15 times up to the 5th biome. First tried all the first 4 bosses. First tried them every time I faced them. I've only died once to a boss, as a matter of fact, since the beginning. And it was because someone challenged me to fight the first boss without any upgrades, and I failed. That's only death to a boss that I have. So 15 deaths to get to the 5th biome, which is apparently very above average. And then since then, I've been getting humbled by the game. I've failed. The past 10 runs have been pretty abysmal. So yeah, I'm getting into the struggle of it now. I don't know if the game's become harder or if I've been a bit more impatient. Yeah. Frike, Ixion, Nemesis, and Hyperion, all first try. Yeah. Not first run, but first try. Yes, yes. And I did face the boss of this biome, yes. Hyperion, we killed him. I'm not sure why Nas deleted that, but... But yeah, it was great. And yeah, this is a house, which every time we make progress in the game, basically the house lights up when we can get in there and get a bit of narrative story. But I haven't made progress for the past few runs, so... Yeah, I mean, Greg, for sure. If people... doesn't even understand potential's full. Oh, I mean, I didn't see it there, so... That's the paradox sometimes, like an innocent phrase won't mean anything, and then it gets deleted and you're like, huh. I'm not saying don't delete it, but in this case I don't even remember the full message. I just saw it was mentioning these biomes bosses, so I'm like, yeah, Hyperion, fought it. But don't worry, it's just me. My brain is just weird. Name suggestion for the stash of Vegeta. No, I don't need to name my mustache. It'll, you know, if it needs a name one day, it'll come to mind. What's up, Dread? How are you doing, man? Just to be clear, I'm not defending, and I'm especially not for video game letting you pay more money to play less of them, but the fact that you think people can enjoy playing a 100-hour video game for 1 hour a week over 2 years to beat is... No, and I get that, Naz. I totally get it. However, does it justify time savers, you think? I'm like, that's an actual open question. I'm not... I don't want my question to sound like I'm implying anything. Because I personally don't think it is. Maybe if you can only play 1 hour over 2 years, then maybe a 100-hour long video game in which you won't make any progress is not the game you should play. Like, if you're, you know, busy to the point where you have 1 hour every week, which is totally fair, by the way. A lot of people are in that situation. Then, I don't know, maybe you don't have time for those video games anymore, and that's... I'm sorry to say, but that's okay. Like, just like, I would love to be able to spend an hour in the gym every day right now, but I just can't. I don't have time, and it's just it's something I have to deal with and accept, right? Oh yeah, right. In that case, yeah, maybe, you know, maybe it doesn't, maybe it works for some people. I definitely have friends who are not able to play more than a few hours every week, and they're still working. Some of them are, just the other day someone mentioned they just finished the Final Fantasy VII Remake. They've been playing since release, a few hours here and there, and they're perfectly fine with it. And, you know, I'm not saying that my anecdotal evidence is proof that I'm right. I'm just saying that it exists, you know, and maybe if that's not how you can... I would personally not be able to do that. When I'm getting in a new game, I need to be able to immerse myself and play for hours and hours and hours every day. But if I wasn't able to do that anymore, maybe it's just time for me to accept that, well, those are not the games that I'm able to play anymore. Just like, I don't know, it's a weird example, but I would love to be a competitive Tekken 7 player. I was a semi-competitive Tekken 3 player. I would love to be able to play 7 and be competitive in it. I would absolutely love that. I just don't have the time. I don't think I have the reflexes anymore. I don't think I'm, you know... I'm a bit too old for that, maybe. But it's mostly a matter of time, right? I don't have the time and energy to put in the training of becoming a competitive Tekken 7 player. I have to accept that. And if there was... imagine, if there was a way for me to pay money to make the game easier for me, like... I know it's not really possible with the example that I'm saying, but let's imagine we live in a sci-fi world where I could pay money to be able to do that. Would that be okay? I mean, for me it would. I would probably be like, oh, dude, awesome. But then what about everyone else who fucking is busting their asses off to get good at the game, and I'm just paying my way to being as good as them? And I understand it's very different. We're talking about a multiplayer game, and the time savers are usually for single-player games, so it's a bit of a different angle on the conversation, because there's no competition. So I understand, you know, like, but it's just to illustrate that my point is, I have to accept that maybe I don't... It's not in the cards for me anymore to become a competitive Tekken 7 player. So yeah, maybe people who have only 1 week per week to play have to accept that. Maybe Returnal is not... If 1 hour every week is not going to be enough for them to enjoy and get in the game and progress, and then maybe it's just not in the cards for them anymore. Okay, I just had a little weird reset there on my, like, my screen flashed for a second. Nothing changed. My color range is still good. I don't know what happened. Anyway, no, and I totally get that, Naz. Absolutely. Like you said, like, right, playing this game for you 1 stream a week was not enough. Totally get that. But now, if the game was offering time savers, let's imagine, right? Returnal is a perfect example, actually. Let's imagine the game was offering time savers. Say you pay to respawn. Oh, that's a good one. Looking at you, Devil May Cry 5, piece of shit. Imagine you can pay to respawn. At first you're like, you can think, oh, well, I'm just not gonna pay to respawn, right? No problem. I don't spend any more money, and the people who want to be able to experience the game in a more Condensed manner, can pay to respawn. It's fine, it doesn't affect me directly. But doesn't it though? Because even if Returnal doesn't fall into that trap, let's imagine Returnal doesn't fall into that trap. Who says the next game that's gonna look at that and be like, huh, interesting. Who says that next game is not gonna balance the game around the fact that you can pay to respawn? And then the person who wants to play the game without paying additional money to respawn basically gets their experience shafted. Because then the game is balanced around the fact that you can pay to respawn. Because the companies are not dumb and they want to make more money. That's when it becomes a problem. That's when it goes further than just your own personal enjoyment. That's where you're ruining the fucking industry. By giving more opportunities for publishers. And I'm saying publishers because I don't think that very often comes from the devs, those types of changes. That's often publishers requesting that. And again, publishers and devs, very different, completely different organizations, not the same. I think you can, Naz. I remember Cody playing DMC5 on release, and I remember there being a thing where you could like respawn with in-game currency that you could earn by playing, but you can also buy packs of it, as far as I know. Don't quote me on that, but I seem to remember that. What's up, JC? How you doing, man? What's up, Neolinks? How you doing? Oh, absolutely, yeah. It goes back to the arcade games. Of course, when the games were legitimately made so hard because they wanted people to put more coins in it. That's exactly the point. Let's please not let our video games get even more like this, because some of them already are. But let's please try to avoid that becoming the norm in paying video games, full price paying video games. So, but anyway, big topic of conversation, of course, but yeah. The industry is fucked in there. It's a big industry. Every big industry tends to, you know, come with its load of issues. We're not in the early age of gaming anymore. As old as we are, we have to accept that the past is the past now. I'm not completely, you know, mad about everything. Because, again, I think a lot of good comes with big money being involved. The rise of indie games is in large part due to the industry becoming that big. And a lot of great fucking AAA games. I mean, say what you will, but fuck, there's a lot of great AAA games coming out all the time. Games that wouldn't exist if so much money wasn't in the fucking field. And there's still gonna be bad ones, but that's then it becomes our job as gamers to purchase the ones that deserve being purchased and encourage good practices with both our wallets and expressing ourselves on platforms like Twitch and whatever, you know. Let's make corporations at least accountable for what they're doing with the power that's been given to them, or that they've taken, to be more precise. But yeah, let's make them accountable for it. That's all we can do, I guess. But Raid Shadow Legends, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Dread. It's and my problem always lies mostly well, no, okay. My problems with everything that's financial, microtransactions, all of that bullshit always lies with publishers, never with devs, right? The problems I have with devs will come down to actual game decisions, game design decisions, visuals, narrative, gameplay, whatever it is, right? Now, there can be financial decisions that weigh on the gameplay decisions. But again, that usually goes back to the publisher, not the dev. But again, what would we do without publishers, right? It's complicated. It's very complicated. So it's unfortunately not as simple as, oh, well, just fucking don't, you know, don't try to make money with your game, for God's sake. No, I mean, it's a bit more complicated than that, but yeah. But that's also the reason why, and again, that's going back to a conversation we had on Naz's channel the other day, why when I'm hearing that EA is trying to invest in the publishing of it wants to publish a Monster Hunter-like series. Apparently that's news. I hadn't heard of it, except from that one chatter that brought it up. I'm not too, like, I'm not by default worried or mad about it. I'm cautious, of course, because I know EA's publishing, you know, behavior. So I'm like, okay, Monster Hunter game, even Capcom has riddled their games with microtransactions and DLCs and all those events and bullshit that I don't like in World. So what is EA gonna do with a platform like that? It's prime environment to give cosmetic DLCs, weapon DLCs, microtransactions, whatever. It's prime environment for that. Monster Hunter, the gameplay loop, right? Get more stash space, get bonus fucking items if you buy a season pass or whatever. Bonus components and so of course I'm worried. But now, EA is not gonna develop that game. I don't think EA is developing anything outside of the sports games anymore. Like, there's an EA Sports developer division. I don't think EA is actually developing any game other than the sports game at this point. If you know of a game that's developed by EA at this time outside of the sports game, let me know, because I don't know of any of them. And they have very good developers on hand. Like, Respawn is making great games. Codemasters making great fucking racing games, despite the fucking predatory publishing bullshit. But those are not... That's my point, Zulu. Those are published by EA, not developed by EA. Extremely different. As much as Naz doesn't want to, and I'm not going to... Naz, you feel free not to engage in that conversation, because I know... And I'm sorry for the PC comment the other day. That was a bit... You know, I apologize for that one. But my point, it doesn't matter if it's owned, Zulu. That's my point. It's not made by EA. EA can certainly have an impact on it, is what I mean. They can be hands-on or hands-off. It doesn't mean they made the game. From Software is owned by the Kadokawa Corporation. Nobody's gonna say that, oh, the Kadokawa Corporation is certainly making great video games. That's surprising based on the fact that they've made gacha machines their entire life. No, From Software makes the games. Who they're owned by doesn't matter. Nobody's gonna say, oh, Johnson and Davids and Johnson Associates have made awesome games back in the Warcraft 3 and Warcraft 2 and Diablo days. No, it was Blizzard. It wasn't fucking corporation that was owning Blizzard at the time. I understand that, Zulu. That's how corporations work. The devs that are working on the game are on DICE's payroll. Respawn's payroll. You know, whatever game, owned or not, From Software payroll. They're not on the payroll of the corporation. Their paycheck is not coming from EA, it's coming from DICE, which gets their money from EA, which is another, you know. It's... What I mean by that is... What matters is how the game is developed first, right? And then, what is EA gonna do about it? If it's like Respawn, haven't done anything bad with it. There's nothing, you know, predatory or whatever, and Respawn is owned by EA. It's a subdivision of Electronic Arts, and it's still a fucking fantastic game. Doesn't have any predatory microtransaction in there, and it's working perfectly fine. You have to keep the publishing side and the developing side completely. You have to understand that they're separate. The relationship between From's parent company and From Software is not the same as EA's relationship. EA's relationship with the studios they own is different for every studio they own. They can be hands-on or hands-off. No, I know that, Camul. I'm saying the gaming section of Kadokawa is making most of their money from gacha machines. Well, maybe not anymore with From Software's success, but initially that was where they get their money from, in the gaming department. That's the thing, Naz. You can't condemn a project that's coming under EA just because EA's publishing it. They can be very hands-on, they can be very hands-off. It's always going to depend. Respawn has a lot of freedom, apparently, because clearly their game aren't riddled with the same bullshit as Battlefield is, for instance. What I was arguing against is don't fucking condemn the game before it's out. Let's just wait and see. They're not gonna, you know... No, I'm not saying you. I was talking about the chatter in your stream the other day. That's who I was talking with when I said, well, I mean, EA is not gonna develop the game. We know the games that EA develops are riddled with that shit by default. Those are the sports game, right? The ones they publish, however, can be problematic. We've seen a lot of examples, or they can be perfectly fine. It depends on how they're doing it. The fact that we can't say the game's going to be good or bad depending on the publisher. And a lot of people don't understand that publishing and devs are two very different things. Not you, I'm not saying you, Nasrallah, but a lot of people are saying, oh yeah, Rage is developed by Squaresoft, or oh, Deus Ex, that's a Square Enix game. No, it's not. They're publishing it, they're not developing it. There's nothing in common between Jedi Fallen Order and Battlefield. Nothing, except that it's published by the same company. But there's literally nothing. Not a single person has worked on both games. As far as I know, at least. You can have someone maybe moving companies, but... You can't say, oh, they're EA games. You know, it's not that simple, is what I mean. You're treating EA as if they're Bandai Namco publishing a From game, which isn't even remotely the case. I don't think I am, no. And I very much think that Bandai Namco publishing a From game can have just as much influence on From Software than EA can on their own in-house developers. It depends on their contract. Bandai Namco can have all the power they want if they're publishing a From game, if they make it so in their contracts and require, you know, veto power or whatever it is, or... Every relationship between the publisher and the developer is going to be different. Whether they're owned or not is literally irrelevant. That's mostly financial bullshit in the background. The way it affects development has absolutely... It can be just as predatory if it's just a published, you know, if it's a publishing contract that doesn't imply affiliation in terms of financial entities in the company or whatever. It's yeah. But I think I agree with Dread, and I think, Naz, that it's not your point, but because I think the problem lies in that a lot of people, and I don't, again, not you, but I think a lot of people are really confused with publishers not being the developers. And I'm, again, not saying you, I know you're aware of that. But a lot of people will see a game and will... When I ask the questions, I'm like, oh, who's developing that game again? And they give me the publisher's name. When it's a big one, like Square Enix, EA, sorry, or Ubisoft, or all of that. Like, oh, Trials. Oh, that's a Ubisoft game. Is Trials a Ubisoft game? Actually, it might be. No, it's not. It's not. It's Red Links, of course. Red Links, you know. But even in my mind, it's like, oh yeah, it's a Ubisoft game. Because clearly in Trials, you can see all the bullshit of Ubisoft weighing over them, right? But then again, Ubisoft has great published games that they have barely affected. Let's find a few examples. What's an example of a game that came out lately, published by Ubisoft, that doesn't have too many issues? My list is not up to date, fuck. Trackmania? Yeah, that's published by Ubisoft, developed by Nadio. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, Brainy... My point is that there's a huge separation between Bandai Namco and From Software, whereas that isn't usually the case. But how do we know that? I mean, I've never personally been there. How do we know what the contracts between Bandai and From Software are? Or between EA and their studios they own? I don't know what's the relationship between EA and Respawn. I've only played the Respawn games and noticed no EA bullshit in there, anywhere. It's actually given as an example, because of how unusual it is. And to that point, I agree. EA tends to be very hands-on, and I agree that this is a problem. That's not my point. My point is, let's not fucking bury the game before it's developed, first of all, because we don't know what the game's gonna be like. And then let's see what EA does with it as a publisher. For all I know, I don't know what Bandai Namco, what their pressure on From Software is. I'm assuming it's probably great, because Bandai Namco is definitely known to do a lot of bullshit as well. Tekken 7. But, that's what I mean, right? It really depends on the game. Like, if From Software is a good example for Bandai Namco, and Tekken 7 is a terrible one, it's the same as Respawn is for EA and another bullshit game. And again, I know EA has a very bad reputation. I'm aware. For a good reason, by the way. They've done some pretty shady shit. I'm just saying, you know, EA is... Your statement and 100% getting across that you believe EA and their own studios are completely separated and are hands-off? That's... I don't think that's what I said. I'm sorry if that's what came through. Maybe it's a language barrier problem. I don't know. Of course, just as we've seen a lot of changes made in Bandai Namco games. With company they don't own directly, but... Well, I mean, in the case of Tekken 7, I guess they do, but... You know... Since it's an in-house game. And again, if I didn't make my point clear, I apologize. My point was never to say that EA is not a problem at all. I'm just saying that we've seen some good games come out of EA recently. So let's see who's gonna develop it, right? If EA was developing that Monster Hunter game themselves, I would have no absolute hope whatsoever. I'd be like, yeah, fuck that, I'm never gonna play it. Because it's probably gonna be a fucking vessel for microtransactions. And that's where the chatter in your chat was going with, you know, it was like, oh, EA are gonna do blah 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 blah. And so I was like, but okay, but EA is not gonna develop the game themselves. So let's first wait to see what developer they put on that. If they put Respawn on that, I'm gonna be more interested than if they put an unknown Korean development company, for instance, you know? That you can clearly tell, oh yeah, they're just developing a quick cash grab and EA's probably gonna do some shit with it, right? If they suddenly announce that Respawn's on the project, I'll be like, huh, well, you know, based on recent history, I have good reasons to believe that Respawn is given a lot of freedom, so I'm okay with that. I just didn't like how the chatter in that conversation was, I don't remember their name, that's why I'm saying chatter. I didn't like how they were just burying the game before it was even announced, or, you know, it was like, let's see who it is. We'll see. That's where here I disagree. If Respawn makes a video game, EA isn't making the video game. They're publishing it, which I think is a vastly different verb to use. Making the game to me implies actually building the pieces. That's why I used the example that I gave you the other day, and I don't know why it rubbed you the wrong way, because it was just meant as a comparison, but my publisher is not writing my book, even if the rights to the book belong to them. You know, they're publishing it. They're not writing the book. I'm the one making the thing. And my publisher certainly can have an influence on my book, right? They can ask me to change something if they feel like it's necessary. But it doesn't mean they're making the thing. And a company being owned, I don't think means it's the same company. It's a subdivision. They own the studio. It doesn't mean... Well, of course, but then... Is EA even EA then? I don't even know if they're subsidiary of something. Doesn't look like it. But then, you know, how far do you go? Like, they're their own publicly traded, yeah. Even if you're owned by a company, you're still your own company. From Software isn't the Kadokawa Corporation. Are you saying, like, do you legitimately think it's fair to say, oh, Dark Souls is made, the Kadokawa Corporation is making Dark Souls? Because it's the same company? Do you think that's fair? It's the and that may be falling to semantics, but it's so weird. Like, it's such a weird way to put it. But you're because it's the same company. EA as a publisher is very different than EA as a developer. That's two different. It's the same name, but that's two very different side of the same big corporation. I'm pretty sure some people would argue that working for EA Sports is not working in the same company as working at the Electronic Arts Corporation. Not, you know, probably not the same buildings, probably not the same, you know. I don't know, to me it's weird to say, like, if Respawn makes a video game, EA is making the video game. There's a word for that, it's called publishing. It's right there, and it means something slightly different. To me, making a game involves actually creating the video game. You know, like, legitimately sitting at your desk and building the parts of the game. Well, okay, but you're working at Kmart, you're making the same, you're doing the same job. That's not comparable at all. There's not a single, I can tell you that, there's not a single person, well, maybe not, but most people hired by EA Sports, by EA, the publisher, knows how to develop a video game, how to code, how to do art of any kind. A person working at Kmart can work at any Kmart. An EA-owned company, yeah, that's still their own entity. They're still their own entity. Being owned in the corporate world and stock market, you know that, is not, doesn't mean you're the same company. I don't know, maybe we're just, maybe we've gone all the way to semantics, but to me it feels like a completely different conversation. Like it's so weird to me to think that publishing a game is equal to making the game. I don't... Even when the company is being owned, to be clear. They probably have the same publishing contracts, they have to go through the same thing to get the rights, even if the company is owned. Like, the fact that the company is owned is literally just a financial thing. Like, it doesn't affect... I don't know, it is weird because I'm not saying that? Okay, well, then I'm... Yeah, I mean, and that's our point, Saladino, is sometimes they're more hands-on, sometimes they're more hands-off, and when they're hands-on and it kind of affects the game, that's a problem. But I don't know, I guess I don't understand what your point is, because to me it's completely nonsense to say that, well, EA made Jedi Fallen Order. Not a single person employed by EA directly worked on Fallen Order. Not a single one. I dare you to prove that? You want me to get the list of all the people working on Fallen Order? I don't know. But you know what I mean, is the point. Now, if whether you agree or not, that's another discussion, but... You think that's a wild statement? I don't know. To me, I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand your point, I guess. We'll never agree, I guess. I mean... I'm trying to find an analogy that allows me to explain why it's so wild to me. Actually. Okay. Do you think Nissan cars are made by Renault? Because the Renault owns Nissan? Do we say that every Nissan car is made by Renault? Or do we just say that, oh, well, Renault owns Nissan? But the Nissan cars are still Nissans and the Renault cars are still Renault. Because they're built by different people, different companies with different working materials, different engines, different stuff. Is my car made by Renault? Even though there's not a single Renault component in that? It wouldn't be incorrect to say that. I think it would. I think maybe you think that the company is owning another, like the company is being owned because of financial reasons, whatever, means they become the same company, which is vastly different to what's actually happening in the real financial world. It's not at all what's happening. A parent organization doesn't mean it's the same company. It's being owned by... The thing I owned doesn't become me. Yeah. And every relationship between owners and subsidiaries is going to be different, and Like, business and actually creating the products is so very different. Right, there's a difference between an acquisition and a merger. Thank you. I couldn't find the word. Yeah. No. I was trying to say that, but I couldn't find the words and... Just like, again, like From Software is their own company. Nobody will say that the Kadokawa Corporation is making the Dark Souls games, even though they own them. You know, nobody's ever gonna say that or think that's a fair assessment. Like, it's... But according to you, you should be able to say that, right? You should be able to say, yeah, the Dark Souls games are made by the Kadokawa Corporation. Oh, we didn't have window time. No, I'm not sure I'm gonna open the window right now. It's pretty cold today. It's gonna actually go down to 6 degrees C outside this week, from what I've looked at. Yeah, 6 degrees on Sunday, which is wild. I'll probably open my window a bit later. I'm sorry for no window time, but yeah, it's getting cold out there, so I can't just... I mean, to me, maybe it's the term make that's bothering me. I'm trying to understand my own issue with the conversation here. I'm trying to understand why I can't understand your point. I'm wondering if it's due to the term make. Because to me, to define my understanding, to me the word make means literally, you know, creating the video game. Like the art, the visuals, the coding, the, you know, making the game. They are, yeah. Definitely Zoo. They're subsidiaries. Subsidiary, yeah. And as it stands, is a very good example of how EA can sometimes be very hands-off with their companies and not try to influence their product with their usual bullshit, you know? I don't know, I mean, I guess there's so many words in there, like they own and publish Respawn games. They own and publish whatever company's game. Owning is one thing, it's financial. Publishing is part of the industry. It's, you know, getting the game to stores, blah, blah, blah. Well, I was... No. That's a bit unfair, Naz. I was only doing that in reaction to the other chatter, assuming that it would necessarily be a disaster because of EA. I was only reacting in adding the nuance of, well, hold on, EA is not gonna develop it. Let's see who the dev is. Let's see how they approach that situation before we, you know, say the game's gonna be terrible because EA is developing it, which was my entire point at the time. I didn't come out of nowhere saying, oh, it's gonna be great because they're gonna be hands-off. I'm just like, no. That other person was assuming that it would be terrible because of EA. I was just saying, we don't know. Let's see who's developing it. Let's see how they approach it as a publisher. And then we'll talk, you know? The only thing we know is that EA wants to publish something. They might not even go with one of their in-house developer. Maybe they'll bring someone out. Maybe they'll bring a team from Korea that will be cheap and that will push a reskin clone of whatever they already have out there. And they're going to put microtransactions in it. And, you know, who knows? But... damn it. Okay, kill hostiles, that's fair. Yeah, Dread, exactly, yeah. And I'm again, never implied that EA would, you know, I'm not an EA apologist at all, even though I own some of their games recently, in fact, but, and I'm very bothered by the EA bullshit in there. But I mean, I knew what I was getting into, right? But I can't, you know, I can't blame... You've said several times that EA-owned studios have made games with them being hands-off, but now you're saying that you aren't assuming? Naz, EA-owned studios have made games with them being hands-off. Respawn is an example. That doesn't mean I'm assuming that the next one is gonna be hands-off. I'm just saying that it can happen, which is a nuance added to other chatter, whatever his name was, saying, oh, it's EA, so it is going to be bad, which is the assumption. Unless you're saying that I don't know what happened with Respawn and that maybe they're not being as hands-off as I think, which is fair, I guess. But if that's the case, then my point changes, and my point is that, well, then EA can make great stuff as well, because clearly, if they were hands-on with Fallen Order, they did a good job. I am not talking about what that person said, I'm talking about your words right now, then I don't understand what you're implying. Because... yeah, because when I'm saying that EA-owned studios have made games with them being hands-off, I'm thinking about Fallen Order, which is, you know, yes, it has happened. True. You've seen it, you've played it. But me assuming that the next one is going to be hands-off is not something I said. I'm just saying that example exists, so it can happen. So I'm cautiously optimistic. Now, if you're saying that I'm assuming in thinking that Jedi Fallen Order was hands-off, then that's a different conversation, and I think I can agree. Maybe I'm assuming a bit. But then my point changes. Like I said, it becomes that, well, then EA can be hands-on and make good things. So, I'm still okay with that. What's up, Electron? That is what you're saying then. Well then, like I said, my point changes if... Let's imagine both sides of the coin, right? If they were hands-off, then it can. And if they were hands-on, then it means they can be hands-on and still make great games. In both cases, my point remains that, well, just because it's EA doesn't mean it's gonna be bad. Maybe let's stop knee-jerk reactions when we hear about a publisher doing something and just look at the end product instead. Which, at the end of the day, is my only true point. I'm in trouble. I feel like we're in a fucking Groundhog's Day situation there. Because the chatter in your chat made that point. That's why I was arguing against that. In fact, the conversation was never between you and I in the first place. It only became between you and I when we disagreed on what a company being owned meant. But that's a different topic. That's a side conversation of the main one. And I've said at the beginning of that conversation today that I'm confused, Naz. I think we were talking about different things then. Because that's why the conversation started right today. I only brought up that point by saying, and I quote, I'm referring to a conversation someone else was having the other day in Naz's chat. I specifically brought that conversation up because of that individual. It was always about that. Our disagreement has nothing to do with EA being good or bad, though. It's only about what it means to be owned. And that's all I'm talking about? Let me go back. My issue is probably more that you are assuming that the relationship between them ends off when and we don't know that. Oh yeah, sure. If that's what I said, then yeah, that's not what I was trying to say, and I apologize. My point, I believe, was specifically that we didn't know. And if I didn't express that correctly, then that's my fault. My point was exactly that we didn't know. We don't know what the contracts are between the companies. That's precisely what I've been saying from the beginning. For all we know, Bandai Namco can have a very hands-on approach with From Software. We don't know that. Owned or not. Now, if they're being owned, I don't know. Maybe they're hands-on, maybe they're hands-off. Who the fuck knows? Them? I'm sure. I'm always in agreement with that. If I manage to stabilize that run again, I'll be very happy because it's very unlikely now. Oh, okay, that helps. But for the record, I never thought we disagreed on that. I always thought that it was clear that we don't know. You know? What I thought our disagreement was simply the fact, personally, without any other, you know, outside chatter, is that you believe that the company being owned means that the company makes the game too, which I still disagree. Even in the case that they would have input in it, I still disagree that they're making the game. Just like my publisher or editor, who's part of my publisher, telling me to, you know, suggesting changes to my books or helping me finish the book, doesn't mean they wrote the book. Yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Yeah, of course. No, agreed. I still think it doesn't mean that EA made Fallen Order. Regardless of how involved they were, I still think EA didn't make Fallen Order. Respawn did. And if EA has a publisher at some input, that's one thing. That's called editing, even in video games, or I don't know how you would call it in video games specifically, but I would call it editing, and it doesn't mean they made the game. And we can disagree on that, that's fine, yeah. I just think it's a bit weird. But, I mean, yeah. I guess the Kadokawa Corporation certainly makes great games. I didn't know. Maybe I should look for what they do next. They probably own other. They probably own other companies. No? Maybe some of them are gonna make the great fucking next wonderful Souls game. Who knows? Why doesn't everyone say Activision makes Call of Duty then? Don't they? Holy shit, how many people did say that fucking Destiny was destroyed by Activision or whatever, even though the game even got worse when they split with them? Oh, they do? Well, they're wrong. I mean, and that goes back to exactly my point at the beginning, if you remember. People continuously confuse publishers and developers. How many people think all the Square Enix games are made by, like, say, oh, that's a Square Enix game? No, it's not. They published it, they didn't make it. Yeah, there's two different series, yeah. JC. You're just arguing my point there, Naz. A lot of people confuse publishers and developers. Yes, that's a very well-known fact. That's precisely what I was arguing and being bothered by. Hey, what's up, Manifold? You saw Tolga playing this yesterday, now you really want a PS5? Yeah, it's a good one. I think there's a high chance that it's coming out on PC soon, Manifold. So give it a bit, and you'll see. I think, Naz, a large part of it comes down to, like, what's the big name the people are gonna see, right? Nobody says the Kadokawa Corporation makes the Souls games, because Front Software is a more visible entity, right? Activision is very visible in the video game space. They used to be a developer themselves. They probably still have in-house developing. I don't know about that, but they're just very big, you know? No, I completely understand why it's slightly different. However, I will still argue that even if the company is owned, there are still very different departments. The publishing department and the developing department are very different poles of the same company. Even when one company does both of them, say Blizzard, right? Blizzard publishing and Blizzard developing is probably very different, like probably a very different set of people, different payroll, even if they're the same company, right? So there's already a bit of a split there, even if they're the same company, right? So when it's a subsidiary, it's even further removed. They're not in the same building, they're not working with the same CEO, like there's probably, like, you know, all kinds of levels, and they're still doing the same work as a publisher than if they own the company or not. They're like the base work they do as a publisher is still the same. They even probably still have publishing contracts that revolve around the same, you know, purchasing the rights and whatever, because the way copyright works and ownership of an IP is based on the person who's creating it, not the person who's owning the company. So you still have to make a contract to, you know, sell the rights to the product to the publishing company. So they probably still have to go through the exact same loops. The difference is the money that their subsidiary makes. Well, a lot more comes back to them, right? By virtue of the investment, stock market, and all that shit. So. And they probably have, like, you know, exclusivity deals and all kinds of good, interesting stuff that they want. No, we don't, but... Like, if you think... Like, if you think that EA Sports, for instance, is on the same level as Respawn is in terms of their affiliation with EA Sport, with the parent EA, I think you're a bit. I would argue that you're a bit wrong. Yeah, crit stagger too, yeah. Looking forward to see what that does. This is a pretty bad run. I'm don't feel like I'm doing so well in terms of progress, but... And I don't mean like the speed of progress, I mean like I'm not getting a lot of tools. Yeah, I read it, so I agree with you, but, you know. Yeah, there's a lot more enemies, and be fucking careful because those fucking towers are absolute pain. Fucking goes through walls, fuck. I thought he was staggered. Probably dead. Whew. Don't you risk it. Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. So no overload, huh? Yeah, no, you know, Dread, maybe it's just me that's pretty intense about the separation between creating and publishing. Maybe I'm the weird one here, I don't know. But to me, it's such an important distinction in the way you approach, like, first of all, like the job of the artist and the people who create and the people who, you know, do the job of a publisher. It's almost a sort of respect towards the one who creates, you know. And also in the way you approach like a new game coming out and not being like, oh, it's this company at the helm, you know. So it's, of course it's going to be bad. Like, I don't know, to me it's like people, I feel like a lot of people, and I'm not talking about like that conversation precisely today or now, so we're clear, but people tend to use that as a way of burying a game before it's out, right? Oh, it's this company, I'm not gonna play it, you know. Oh, I understand, Naz. Again, I don't think I was not addressing you specifically there. All right. Right, yeah, Dread. I mean, it's always a bit... I feel a bit different with movies or books, for instance. Even like the example that I take is not... can't work... Like, it's not a one-to-one analogy because it's always different when... Like, I'm never gonna be owned by a publisher, right? I'm an individual, I can't. Even though the rights to my book certainly are. But where the difference between, like, a company, like a developer, can definitely be owned by a larger entity. Now, where we disagree here, and I'm not bringing Naz back into it because he wants to be done with it, I'm just, you know, continuing my own conversation there, is that I don't think it means... I don't think it's much more than a financial thing, and, you know, maybe it leads to some exclusivity deals and being the first to be able to say we want to publish that game, or you're gonna have to find another buyer, or... You know, that sort of exclusivity stuff, like clauses, like priority clauses, as we call them, but... outside of that, I think it's mostly financial moves. And, you know, it's a situation where we just disagree on basically terms that we have different definitions for, I guess. So. I'm not gonna take that. I'm not gonna take that. I'm not gonna take that. Certainly not. Okay, so none of those three are interesting to me. Have I not gone in that one? That one was protected by a yellow door, right? Yeah. I still haven't broken a single yellow gate in this game. For example, I would still say that BioWare made a bad game, not EA, but I would still say that it's EA's fault. Well, it's interesting because a lot of people would agree with you and do that. And I think there's reasons for it, right? We know EA can have an influence, a negative influence on many games. Now, what's the last game that BioWare made? Anthem? How much do you really know what's bad because of EA, what's bad because of BioWare? I think sometimes what happens, and I'm not saying that's the case here, we don't know, I'm just, you know, speculating wildly. A lot of people have a big attachment to some good companies. You know, like BioWare's was that big, wonderful company that everyone loved. And so when they go with a bigger corporation as a publisher, they tend to think that, oh, now they made a bad game, so it's probably EA's fault, right? And, you know, I haven't seen Anthem, I haven't played it. If there was a lot of financial turmoil in terms of microtransactions and all that shit, sure, it's probably a publisher's decision. No developer, if they're not publishing the game, will intentionally make microtransactions in their game. They're not going to get the money for it. So if they're not publishing their own game, unlikely that they will do that, you know. But now, what says BioWare just didn't make a bad game? You know, so many companies... Bungie is a great example. A lot of people put Destiny's problems on Activision, and when they split, all the problems with Destiny continued. Maybe Bungie didn't make such a great game, after all. And I think there's a lot of emotions that play in that. Like, people want to scream at the big bad guy, you know, the big rich boy, the suits, instead of screaming at the dev that made the game they loved in their childhood. Which is fair, I understand. I just think it's sometimes a bit short-sighted to look at it this way. And again, I'm not implying or assuming that Anthem wasn't an EA problem. I'm just saying that sometimes people tend to excuse the devs and put the fault on the publisher when it's convenient to them. Because they enjoyed a dev and think that it's all because of the big fucking... You know, because of the suits, man. Rockstar still makes quality games content? I don't know. I was never a huge fan of Rockstar's. I like what I played of Red Dead Redemption 2 was a lot better than anything else they've made. I will say that. I wasn't a big fan of the GTA games, even back in the day. I think GTA 5 arguably is a great video game. It's well made and everything, but I didn't personally like it too much. But yeah. Now, as far as Naz is mentioning the remasters, was that an in-house thing, or was that an outsourced? Okay, it was outsourced to Grove Street Games. Which, what did those people make? Ark! Oh, okay, they're mostly making, I believe, ports and adaptations on mobile and Switch, from what I can see. So it was an outsourcing job, yeah. And it was published by Rockstar in that regard. So, yeah, I mean, again, a good example of... Do we blame the remasters on Rockstar? I mean, yeah, kind of. They commissioned it, like the publisher, right? Now, the dev itself was an outsourced, like, second-rate porting developer. Probably not something you can expect much of, but... Isn't that what you start in GTA? Maybe is that like a... Maybe it's a subsidiary they've created themselves. But that's when it starts being interesting. That's why I like those separations and going further than just saying, oh, Rockstar's made that, you know. And I like when you go a bit deeper and you start thinking about it and wondering why things are the way they are. I think it's a lot more interesting. Apparently it's just another company that was funded a while ago. What's up, Ungi? How you doing, man? I don't know, Brainy. Wasn't there season passes before Bungie went with Activision? I can't remember exactly when it happened, but when Destiny came out from the start, there was a season pass already, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, who knows, right? What do you think about Naughty Dog? Really like them. I like most of their games since Uncharted. I wasn't a big fan of their Crash Bandicoot and previous work. That was DLC, okay. But I really like what they've made since Uncharted. Huge fan of Last of Us. Yeah, really like their work. Good games recently. Last of Us 2 is one of my top 3 games of all time, so... Yeah, Brainy, you know, when it came out on PlayStation, I didn't hate it, but it wasn't just... It was okay. I just... Yeah, I don't know, maybe I just didn't want... maybe I just didn't want... platforming at the time, I don't know. It was the console's mascot. Well, it became that, I guess. Not for me. Like, Crash came out quite a bit, for me, but not late, but later in the console life cycle. When was Crash? Like 97 or 96? '96, yeah. Well, that was quite early. Time felt a lot longer back in the day. Yeah, I mean, it was never really my my thing, Crash. And you know, I'm not saying it's a bad game or anything. I'm just asked for my opinion. I didn't like Naughty Dog so much before Uncharted, and then from Uncharted into The Last of Us, I very, very much loved what they did. Yeah. What do you think about Naughty Dog, Ixion Joe? The other one is Shadow of the Colossus, Neolinks. Bloodborne used to be there before Outer Wilds bumped it, bumped it off the top tree. Yeah. So I know what this room's gonna be. It's gonna be one of those big guys again. And I can't fucking go through them somehow. So what I might do is actually go visit the other side, try to get stronger, and then come back. I'm so close to the fucking astronaut. I don't even know if it's worth it at this point. I wonder if I should get the astronaut later. If I can manage to stabilize the run first. Can't overload right now. This is pretty good. If I can manage to keep my adrenaline, which I've been very bad at doing in this run. Let's see, if I can come back here after doing the rooms and being on full adrenaline and not getting hit all the time, maybe I'll reconsider it. I wonder if me getting hit more is due to the change of monitor size. Like, I mean, you know, I'm not trying to find excuses or anything, but I truly wonder if it can have an influence like that, because I don't know, less peripheral vision, or I don't know. Okay, that's some ether. There's a heal all the way there. Okay. Now, I want to go in the side room there, the little vault, but do I risk a malfunction? No, probably not. Let's see. Ah, fuck. I'm truly fucking cursed. It's insane. I can't overload, fuck. Yeah, I'm absolutely dead, yeah. No way I'm surviving this. I can't dodge that, I need to remember. I need to actually jump them. Dude, this is so fucked up. Thank God I missed the fucking reload there. It's interesting because I don't remember those purple things being so much of a problem before. I don't know if...
I need to keep going.
I don't know if the difficult... Like something... Like beating the boss and then getting to the next area. I wonder if it adds stuff to the previous areas. Or if I just was lucky the first time through and didn't meet too many of them. Or just had so much damage that I killed them before it became a problem. But I'm certainly getting trashed by those... almost on 10 deaths since the last time I defeated a boss. Hmm. I haven't, no, Ungi. We were on 15 death when I died. Like I had died 14 times when I defeated Hyperion first try and got to the next biome. 14 death I was on. Then I died 15. When we came back, we noticed the 15. And since I have not been able to... I had one run that I almost got to Hyperion, but died in the challenge room. And since then, it's been a complete chaos. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tempted to go give a try to the tower at one point. Maybe later. I'll try to do another good run. If I fail, maybe I'll go in the tower once to see what it's all about. Get a nice little change of pace, right? There it is. Fuck me. I think I'll stick with Blast Shell for now. Because I really want to be able to break the shields from a distance at this point. Wait, what? Oh. 2 slots, but malfunction probability high. I'm gonna risk it. Overlights disappear 1.5 seconds faster. And I need overlights to get rid of that. Okay, well, let's hope for... Oh, wow. The game's really taking pity to me, right? That's the game telling me, yeah, let's... I'm gonna throw you a bone. I wonder if there's... Okay, don't tell me, by the way. But I wonder if the game has a sort of dynamic difficulty type thing going. You know, like... Oh, he's been doing very well. Just fucking increase the difficulty. Or... Okay, he's died enough. Let's be nice. Or if it's pure RNG. Which is funny in both cases. I don't know, maybe I need to activate aim assist, maybe I'm not good enough, you know? Yeah, maybe. I mean, to be fair, I still haven't died to a legit encounter to a boss. I've died once to Flak, and that was a no upgrade challenge. Which I failed, admittedly, but... I'm just saying, like... But there's a bias here, right? Like, the runs that went all the way to a boss were better than the ones that died before. Makes perfect sense if you think about it. Like, with the way I play, at least, it's, with the way I play, it's definitely gonna be working that way. Like, if you kind of go to the boss sometimes a bit faster than usual, then it's not necessarily true. But for me, who will literally not go to a boss unless I've cleaned out the area, the ones that are gonna survive are the good ones, right? Returnal is a bad game, we can all agree. Yeah, sure. Fucking Sony makes bad games, right? I never back down from a terribly uncomfortable joke that is way too soon. In fact, that's kind of my bread and butter. No. Okay. Returnal makes you feel bad at gaming? I don't know. Made me feel pretty good so far. Myself. How did I miss? Oh. Okay, we're getting there in terms of obolites. The game's pretty generous with giving us some obolites from the eggs and whatever. All right. Wait, do I have traits on that weapon? No. Okay. Don't want to risk another malfunction. Wait, what's the rate? Moderate? Yeah. Oh my god. Who needs dash anyway? Yeah. I guess I need to start not using it. Yeah, true, true. No. Yeah. Alright. Okay. Alright. How am I gonna deal? Oh. I think I have no other way out. Fucking increased dash cooldown is an absolute bitch. Okay, that was a net gain. I'm okay with that. Oh shit. Oh fuck, it's gonna... Okay. Alright, show me something good, please. Slug shot, critical stagger, explosive spit, level 2, kill site. Yep, okay. I'm good. Thank you. Yeah, a shotgun with a sniper secondary. Explosive spit is probably gonna be a good one too. And critical stagger, slug shot. Let's go. Or let's not. That is strictly better, except no kill sight, but I don't like tendril pods. I don't get it. It doesn't seem to do damage. Let me look at the description again. Bursts into damaging tendrils. It didn't do that much the first time I tried it. Yeah, I'll go with it, just because of critical stagger too, and... You liked it, yeah? Maybe it's just I don't know how to use it. That is extremely possible. I mean, maybe I tried it against an enemy that had such a large amount of HP that I thought it didn't do damage. That's very possible. Because here it just like was doing pretty well. One of those weird walls again that feels all strange. Same location as before too. Yeah. What's up, Parakin? How are you doing, man? Good to see you. There's a red here. Yep. Fantastic. What's up, Brucey? How are you? Okay, this one's behind the yellow, and this one... Do I want it? Actually... That was probably a mistake, but... What's residual sphere again? Oh yeah, chance to drop resin on death, so when I ever have the chance of having many enemies, just maybe use that. Stack of small enemies. Started FF7 remake. I quite liked it. Hope you enjoy it. Alright, slowly getting there. Almost rid of that malfunction. This is pretty shapely so far. I mean, I've said that before, so I'm not gonna be too excited, but... This one so far is gearing up pretty nicely, so... I don't like that. Yeah, Brucey? Nice. Okay, we got decent proficiency. We're not even in the checkpoint yet, and I'm already a good way into the 16th level. All right, yeah, no, I'm feeling this. If I can get rid of that malfunction before I die, I think we have a pretty good shot there. Ooh, okay. I don't like the limited damage, but leech rounds, potential rising pitch level 2. That's a hard one to pass on, but I'm worried about the lack of damage. Ah, pass. Fuck. Not a fan of that decision, but I think it's the right one. Alright, side rooms. Hope for good ones. Ugh. Hate that one. Suffering damage when picking up items, to me, is pretty much like a guarantee that I'm not gonna pick it up. I'm assuming there's ways to play around that or whatever, but... Oh, I like that one. That one was part of the big run that we had. Quite like it. It's very expensive though. Let's remember that and come back maybe. That's nice, Zulu, that you're enjoying it. I remember having issues with the one aspect of the combat when I played like the tutorial area and a bit more. It was that everything felt a bit weightless, if you know what I mean. Like the melee attacks felt very, very good, very satisfying, the takedowns and all that. But the arrow, like the way it, you know, shot and hit enemies, always felt weirdly weak to me. I don't know how to explain it, but it didn't feel like it had a lot of weight to it, except when something was blowing up, of course, then it did, but like the standard, you know, shot hitting an enemy, just But yeah, I'm still looking forward to giving the game another chance and hopefully getting to the second one, which apparently uses the haptics in a very cool way with the bow and everything. So, we'll see. Should get better with more powerful arrows and some skills. You'd think that, yeah, maybe. Haven't played enough, so... I wish I didn't get rewarded for breaking all those eggs, because it's such a time-consuming activity every time. But you do get rewarded. You get the fucking obolites sometimes, and in a situation like mine right now, it's pretty significant. Having 5 more obolites could be the difference between life and death in a future fight, so... Oh, probably here yesterday, Naz. Since I mentioned it. And then you did too. No, you're right. You phrased it that way first. That is true. What's up, Laura? How you doing? Oh, okay. We've had a yellow barrier yet. One, right? Yeah, here. And more powerful melee attacks. You know what? I've never... As much as I would love the max integrity increase, you know what? I'll try. Wait, what's the fastest way here, I guess? Yeah. I don't know, Warren. I haven't paid much attention. I feel like with the eggs, it's so much faster to just destroy them. Even the statues, I still end up shooting every one of them. Especially since some of the... what am I trying to say? The pillars also do contain some obolites sometimes, even though there's no indication that they do. I don't know. At this point, it just seems faster to just destroy everything rather than trying to be discerning. Alright, this is gonna be my first broken yellow wall. Let's go! Oh, hey. I missed that. Oh, it's an enemy one. Fantastic. God damn it, I almost dodged that last assault too. Did it throw a fucking projectile that one of those laser thing after it died? Or right as it died and then it hit me? Oh my god. Unbelievable. Getting hit reduces alt-fire cooldown. Thank you, game. Huh. What? Was that always here? Coil Spine Shredder. Bonus damage, reload speed, charge mobility. Shattering discs. Oh man, look at that. Why are you vexed? Because you never noticed that it was something here, or because you discovered it differently in your game? That's a proper railgun. Coil Spine Shredder. Bioengineered weapon. Fires spiky discs that bounce off surfaces. Charge weapon to deal more damage. A long-range, bioengineered weapon, capable of launching serrated discs which pierce through hostiles but bounces off surfaces. Even though the weapon does no targeting of its own, the creator have left its eyes and part of its brain intact. It seems to indicate that they have some functionality that could not be automated on a cellular level. Cruelty as motivation is possible, although unlikely based on current evidence. By holding unknown error, the projectile can be charged, even though the feedback from this may limit the suit's capacitors, lowering movement speed. Oh. Okay. Okay, but I can also basically... Okay. Trying to get the rhythm for the bass. You know, if I want to fire fast multiple times. Or I can charge, get a stronger attack, right? I'm not sure how much it seems interesting. It also seems a bit difficult to use. Can't really put your finger on it, but there's something... Oh. Thank you. Come on, dude. Fucking hate that shit every fucking time. I don't know what's wrong with me with those things. I always dash backwards and get hit. I think someone asked me the other day what was my least favorite enemy in the game. I think it's those turrets. Like, specifically those turrets are probably the ones I like the least of everything I fought so far. We'll see. We'll see what happens in future biomes, but... I don't know why they bother me so much. Like, I really fucking hate the way they work. There's so many of them too. Like, it's so fucking insane. The number of them there are. In fact, I think it's more the number of enemies of turrets than actual the fact that they're turrets. How far do you feel you are in the game so far? No idea. Don't even wanna... I mean, the only indication I have is the databank, right? Speaking of which, Ah, fuck. I think was this one, right? Let's see. Hit the ground, rolling, barely avoiding a twisted ankle on a tree root. One mundane error like that, and suddenly thousands and thousands of painful scenarios would exist all at once. This entire world wanted her dead. It did not care how. Sometimes, so did she. And for what? A forsaken gambit? Another plan made without adequate preparations? Or... So based on that, the number of slots left... I feel like there's this is the snow, the frost biome, right? The frozen wastes or fractured waste. And then there's room for one more. Pretty much. Like it's 4 per. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or well, okay, there's a few more here. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, wait. I'm wrong. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, it's not perfectly... There's not the same amount of enemies in different biomes. Understood. But yeah, it seems to be roughly the same space every time. So based on that, I think the ice one and then another one. But then again, it's a roguelike based on the idea of returning all the time. So how do I know that once I'm done, there's not going to be stuff that I'm going to have to go back in the first one to do with maybe stronger versions of the same enemies? And there's this all the data bank that I want to complete. And yeah, basically, I don't know. There's a lot. We'll see. Oh, in the depth of the storyline. Yeah, hard to say. I don't know. It's not a storyline that has like a structure to it in the same way a regular storyline would. So it's hard for me to gauge, oh, I'm like midway or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. What's up, Emmy? How you doing? Jamming in the last rivet. That will hold? Couldn't help being incredulous. The engineers were so excited that they were unfazed by her own lack of it. They nodded fervently like crazed pistons. She restarted her calculation, this time accounting for structural failure. It had been months, but she still didn't trust them or the way, the chamber, something. Alright, let's see if I have... Oh, yep. Prior to complete suit failure, allows for continuation of sorts. Unfortunately, cannot apply to systems that have already reached irreparable state. When damage crosses a permanent boundary, it is advisable to suspend service. Do you suppose is behind it? This isn't my field at all. He peered into the churning void. If she was admitting ignorance to this phenomenon, there was no one else in the world, no one else in the whole of existence who could answer any better. Her equations were works of art. Anyone else paled. Really wonder what those little bits of stories are. But while manipulating or causing fight or flight responses is perfectly within standard. Come on. While manipulating or causing fight or flight responses is perfectly within operating standards on mission exceeding parsing error, it is unadvised to engage with unstudied chemicals. Standard suit modifications, unknown reference, monitor for misuse but cannot prevent it. Therefore, personnel are urged to abide by all recommendation and avoid improper usage. Alright. Another bit of story down there. She indicated the torn papers. They were so damnably old. Damnably? Damnably. Damnably? 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 I don't know. They weren't yellow, they were molting. He remembered. They had all seen these before. But was this some sort of titanic double-slit experiment? If she was questioning the very nature of reality now, he would inevitably start losing. And another one. Had been a bullet. That would be simpler, but the amount of scorched flesh and shredded internal organs meant she didn't need a surgeon. She needed a transcendent artist. He gargled something that approximated 2 words she refused to acknowledge. After all, she did not live in the realm of unorthodoxy, the last heretic of the... I wonder how much those stories, how significant it is on how, like, on which item you find them, and how much it is just there for that little bit of extra flavor. I don't know. It's interesting. How long has it been since I picked up one of these and it actually gave me a point instead of hitting me? I literally cannot remember. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that weapon. Seems like a very interesting one, but the very slow rate of fire, having to load, and every bullet is emptying your... I don't know. Not sure. Not sure yet. Wait, it can bounce more than once? Oh. I tried it when we were at the ship and it felt like it only bounced once. I wonder if it's due to whatever it was hitting, maybe. And it certainly does a fuck ton of damage, that's for sure. When it hits? Jesus Christ, was I eating the eggs? What the fuck's happening there? Let's try to get a good run. Oh, no barriers here this time. That's nice. Yeah, what's everyone's big plans for the weekend? Anything? I can't believe it feels like it was just yesterday that I was asking the same question. But it must have been last Friday. Which is absolutely wild that we're already on a different Friday. This week's time just fucking flew. What's up, Verde Aloluca? Welcome in. I like that one. I really like that one. Finishing Still Rising and playing Helsinger. Just win tickets to see Beetlejuice. Work tomorrow. Okay. Oh, you just won tickets. I thought your plan was to win tickets. I was like, yeah, okay. Well, I mean, that's certainly can be a goal. Upcoming malfunctions are more severe, but doubles the Obolite collection radius. I think I'm going with it, and I know why. I'm gonna risk... If I find... At one point, I'm gonna like risk all the things that I can pick up with malfunctions, and then I'll use one thing to remove them. Okay, please don't be an enemy. Yeah, Laura? Nice. I mean... This one's hard to pass on. It's kind of my favorite setup. Yeah, I'm gonna go with it. Yeah, Shepard, your plan is to just watch me die in Returnal. Yeah, Obolites. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, I'm gonna wait on that one, or maybe not. Who knows? There's a lot of stuff in here, so. Is it a new, like the Beetlejuice right now? Is it a new production, or is it something that's been, you know, played for decades now? But obviously, you know, they change like the actors regularly and all of that, but I don't know if it's like an old one that's always been kind of running, or if it's like a newer production. I don't know much about Broadway, as you can tell. Okay, our proficiency is a bit low. What's up, Chukin? How you doing, man? Ah. We're going this December to see the Book of Mormon. Can't say I'm too familiar with those things. Ooh, okay. I'm not mad about that. I think that one's pretty good. Okay, I'm gonna wait and see a bit more of my options before I make decisions. Alright, thank you, Chukin. Do I want to risk it for just two of them? Alright, that's okay. Fuck. That's what I was hoping would happen. It's my Altfire. I don't mind it too much right now. And it's gonna disappear, so I can probably get away with not... I can probably get away with not using... good, doing a light day at Amazon job. Last stop really fucked me. Chilling, doing some stretches to keep it loose. Sounds like a great place to work at. But we've talked about it in the past, so... I hope you'll, you know... I hope you'll be able to not overwork yourself and all that, you know. Also great company to contract work for. Yeah, all around, you know, fantastic company, right? Richest company in the world, so clearly, you know, clearly they're good and know what they're doing, right? That's how it works, isn't it? Alright, now's the time for decisions. Astronaut. Nope, not interested in that. Yeah, now's the time for first decisions. Don't want to wait too long. I need an increase of power before I take on the stronger enemies. Actually, as a matter of fact, wait. Are you and Nas still friends? We'll always be friends. If disagreements were a reason for us not to be friends anymore, we wouldn't have been since the beginning. The first thing we ever did was literally disagree. something I rarely do, clean up that place before going further. And I'm starting to think it might be a good idea. It's a nice little boost of energy, like there's a weapon up there, potentially something I can clear up. Oh no. Damn it! I was doing great. Alright, let's not get flustered. Time to put Returnal down for a while. We hate video games. Did you just get like a bad run or a bad ending to the run? More likely. I'll be on your message in a second, Chukin. I want to get rid of that one. Actually, as a matter of fact... Ah, fuck, I'm not sure I can use it twice. Right, Chukin, yeah. Right, yeah, you're just a part of a bigger system, right? Which I guess can be a bad thing if that's something that's, you know. What is happening? What were all those sounds about? Am I... That wasn't normal, was it? Naz, that wasn't normal, right? Either it was a bug or something I don't understand happened. Yeah. It was very strange. Because I was out of the machine and it just like... I don't know. Very strange. You know, I can make that work. I have a solution for this. Food time, yep. That cow is very hungry. Yeah, okay. Enjoy your food, man. Alright. Time to make some decisions. Let's go. Alright, wait. First of all, there was a fabricator here and one here. Let's go check those fabricators again. See our options. This feels like a proper run. This feels like one that, like the old days. This feels like, you know, I have a good weapon. I have a... Yeah, that's a bug. Okay. I have a good weapon. I have some money. I have a... Yeah. This is good. This is a good time. Okay, take one additional hit before adrenaline level drops. I love that. I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, I'm hoping so, Kilby. We have a bit more time than usual too. We can, you know, we don't have to end in an hour, so this is a bit of a longer stream. Not sure how long it's gonna be. I'm not making promises, but I feel pretty good about this one. Never mind. This is terrible. Worst game of all time. We hate video games. God damn it. I don't get it, Dread. I forgot what I said. Wound Seeker. 30% more damage to low health targets. It's kind of an executing thing. When I feel like with a repeating weapon, it's usually pretty good. Because like you know, you will get those incremental damage, so you will reach somewhat of the high threshold for the low health, and then it starts blasting more. And I'm feeling like I'm gonna go with more like repeater type action for this one. I'm tired of those slow hitting weapons. So yeah, let's go. Yeah, we still haven't had an extra level to that one. I would love to be able to use that one eventually. And what did I want here? There was one that I wanted, I think. No, I think it was just the astronaut. So I want the astronaut, 250, and so I need 775. No, 575. Yeah. 575 is what I want. Yeah. Then I want to get rid of my random artifact disabled, which for now is not very important anyway. Yeah. Not a big deal. Hi, JC. There, already well on our way. Thank you, Amy. God damn it. Oh. Feeling pretty good about this one. Ooh. I don't want it to fix the one I have right now, though. Oh man, there's so many fucking things to do. I almost think I need to take notes for this one, because like, so many things. There's that side room that I don't want to forget. This is a complex run. There's a lot of options. It's all laid out. I need to make the right decisions. Okay. I do like this one, so I do want some parasites now, but... Yeah, this one's gonna detach anyway, so it doesn't matter. Nope, not interested. Although, let me look at it again. I think it has slug shot level 2 or something. Critical Stagger 2, Slug Shot Level 2, Rapid Spitter. Ooh. And when it gets Slug Shot unlocked, damn it, plus, I mean, if we put that in conjunction with the parasites to get extra stagger. I just don't like horizontal barrage. It's so annoying. You know, let's do a couple of rooms with it, see how we feel. Suffer damage when using Atropian keys. You know what? I'll deal with that one. Actually okay with this. Thank you for the random fact, Lobster, I guess. Oh, no. I don't want to study that one right now. Okay. Okay, I need to kill 7 more enemies. Actually, let me... I do have to take a little note. Now I have an extra monitor. I can do some cheeky stuff with it. Vault room... How do I describe this? Between checkpoint and challenge room. There. Well, there we are, taking notes in Returnal now. Jesus. Oh, enemies. Cool. Actually not mad about that. There we go. Perfect. Slugshot level 2. That was absolutely wonderful. Nah, not interested. Okay, let's see. How does Slugshot level 2 feel? Oh my god. And that like instantly staggers with the extra stagger. And then adds more damage to it. Okay, this shit is absolutely fucking whipping. Who needs a secondary fire? I'm never gonna use a secondary fire. I'd much rather... Lobster, thank you for... Wait. Thank you for paying for the gift you got from JC and collecting Emmy's memory. Appreciate it, thank you. Let me get rid of that last enemy and... Oh, it's a big one! Area in lockdown, fuck. Oh no, there was another one of those assholes. Hey, didn't lose my adrenaline thanks to either the shield or the artifact that I had. Oh, we're loving video games right now, Naz. We're loving video games right now. I have a pretty good setup going. The only thing I'm regretting is my I think my secondary is pretty shit, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, Lobster, thank you. Appreciate it, man. Okay, we have to make a bit of cleaning to do in the... Ah, shit. Cool. Sorry, Naz. We hating video games right now. I don't know if I want kinetic field. I don't think so. What? You're new? Dread, that's the second message in a row that I don't understand. Am I missing something? What? You're new? Streamer brain is a big problem sometimes. Not interested. Oh, come on. Dude, this is insane. Okay, sure. Anyone else know what Dread was talking about? Or am I just... No clue? Okay. It's not just me then. What are you new? What are you new? New. What are you new? Alright, so let's see. That removed my my malfunction. Okay. Ah, maybe, yeah. I'm gonna use this one again. And I'm going to go back to... Oh, first gift, maybe. Yeah. I think I'm gonna get the astronaut at this point because it's a pretty good run, and I would hate for it to die because of a one bad room. So I think the astronaut first is a good idea. Although, I mean, extra HP is not terrible. Because the astronaut doesn't, you know. No, I'll feel safer with the astronaut. Although, it can be argued that having more HP will make later, getting the astronaut later more valuable, but hopefully we won't die or use the astronaut before we get extra HP anyway, so. an ogre? Larry the Pagan. Larry? Larry. French pronunciation, sorry. Larry the Pagan. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Yep, you can use that one now. You can terrorize the rest of Twitch with that beautiful emote now. No, thank you for the support, man. I appreciate it. It's always nice to have a first sub out of nowhere, right? Like, it's always means a lot. Thank you. Ah, fuck. If only I liked that weapon. I mean, it's not a bad weapon or anything. It's just I'm just not. I'm just not too good with it yet. Did that use up my parasite? It did. I like how detail-oriented you are about the game and its lore. Well, appreciate it. Yeah, that's kind of my main... it's kind of my brand, you know? I'm glad you like it. Alright, it's fine. Repair efficiency lowered. I don't think that's gonna affect us too much right now. Do I want to remove that one? No, I don't need to use keys right now, so I can still benefit from it. We might reconsider that eventually, but right now it's just pure benefits, so... What's up, Overjoyed? How are you today? I think we're good in terms of decisions. Yeah. Yeah. Do I take on that room now or not? There's a risk. Oh, cool. There's a chance that I'm getting a lot of obolites from this. This is great. Probably gonna be a few enemies to fight. Oh, a parasite. I'm okay with that. One additional kill required. I think that's good for me right now because I have a lot of benefits from parasites. Okay, that's interesting, the space... I still don't know what it does. It doesn't feel like it's... my cooldown's lower. Doesn't feel like I'm traveling further. There's some red around me. I'm not sure if I'm doing damage if I dash through something with that. It's an interesting one. I still haven't been able to figure out what it... Okay. Still haven't been able to figure out what it did. Okay, there's one signal here. Do I have another signal somewhere? No. I think that's my only signal in this run. That's weird. Usually get one towards the beginning. I want to clear the signal now. The problem is, I'm thinking that I'm gonna find a reconstructor pretty soon. I might find a reconstructor pretty soon, and I might want to actually use the reconstructor this time. So, it was there. Probably... Makes me wonder why you don't use Silphium vials. Is there a reason? Wait, well, I mean, I'm using them when I have them. You mean why I'm not, like, purchasing them or something? Because when I find some, I'll usually pop one, or, you know. Hey, what's up, Therma? Well, I mean, that was not very, yeah. That seemed more like just a question about my personal playstyle, but I get it. Are there any regions of this game that are sunshine and rainbows, or is it always doom and gloom? There's a bit... There's a few areas that are more sunny, I would say. Like the wastes, like the second biome, is a bit more sunny, but it's still pretty gloomy, right? Leading questions are... I mean... I understand, Naz. In this sense, it didn't feel like leading to me, because it's... I mean, it's not like I'm unaware that I can use Silphium vials, right? I'm just not sure what the question meant, in terms of... When I find some, I use them. I don't buy them because I feel like they're a waste of money. Anything that requires me to... And I know it's not that simple, but for me, it's... If it requires me to play poorly, like losing HP, it's probably not something that I'm gonna be interested in. But, I don't know. That's your answer? Yeah, it's... You can find heals on the ground, right? And so in my mind, I'm always like, I'm not gonna spend 150 obolites if I can find one in the next room. It's a bit of a weird, you know. Okay, so challenge room, signal. Do I want to do the signal now? Okay, this was done, right? I can remove it from the notes. There you go. Oh, was that... Oh, that was a slash. Yeah. So slashed something, probably went ahead after that, right? Or maybe not. Oh, they're here. Okay. So this might be an infected one. Let's see. If it's an infected one, I'm fine with it. If it's not, I probably won't fight it right now. Oh, it is. Oh, ground surge is amazing. Oh, that was beautiful. Hmm. Yeah, I kind of want to keep my parasites right at this point. This one doesn't bother me. This one doesn't bother me too much. Where's the 2 items from earlier? Okay, further down the road. That's where we go anyway. Well, let's go. Man, I'm really wondering... Yeah, it doesn't say anything. Seems to have a positive effect on dash. Fucking love how vague that is. And I truly mean that when I say I love it. It's not a... It's not sarcastic at all. I actually love it. The laser was not even... No, truly not. Okay, malfunction removed. Now, if you want sarcasm, I can tell you that I absolutely love those turrets. They're the best fucking enemies in the game. Their hitboxes are not confusing at all. No. Jesus. Okay, if there's really one thing in this game that I would change, it would be the fucking... not having 2 separate buttons for dash and pickup. No, not dash, grappling hook and pickup. Such an easy thing to fix that would make the game so much better. Yeah, there's been like quite a few situations now. Like, it's not something that's always bothering, you know, like it's very select situations, but it's literally something that can kill you. Like, instead of grabbing a heal, you get like pulled by a fucking thing into the enemies sometimes. Ugh. Well, not... Definitely something that I would love to be... at least that you could bind it differently, you know. Even if it's not by default, because of, I don't know. Because the developers think we're not smart enough to use more buttons. Yeah, I would love to have the grappling hook on triangle and keep interact on X. Would be nice. Oh well. We all want things, right? I do quite like projectile portal, but not today. Is your chat working? I'm reading you right now, at least. Twitch can be very frustrating, yes. Oh shit. Fuck. That is so much ammo. I like kill sight. Hardened's pretty good. However, kind of enjoy working with the parasites there, which benefits my stagger and well, critical stagger and all that. Seems to be probably the right choice here. Oh yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with. Hopefully not making the wrong decision there. I think it's. We almost have enough for the max integrity upgrade, which is nice. $10. Has Twitch been generally wonky tonight, or what's happening? Alright, what is this? I will never not take that. There isn't a world or a run where I'm going to not take that. Well, that sets us back a bit in terms of getting more health, but it's just way too good. Like, there's no way I'm giving up on that. Like, it's just... There's nothing better than extra damage. Like, literally, you cannot argue that there's any any better solution than just flat extra damage. It's always going to be useful. There's no downside to it. Doesn't need to be in a certain build. It's always going to be awesome, regardless of what you're doing. So, yeah, easy choice, for sure. Okay, I'm not going to do the challenge room now. I don't have anything I can work with malfunctions right now. I guess just go back and take the other route, what? Right? Like there's... The only decision that I could make is getting the carbine instead of this one. But... I mean, critical stagger level 2. Combined with getting more stagger power. I don't think I can pass. Probably too good. Oh. Let's see, we have more lore. Look at it for a second. They'd leave us behind. They wouldn't. How would you even know here? This wasn't the first time they debated this, but it finally hit her. There had never been any evidence, never even a circumstantial hope, and yet something that felt like a desperate call reverberated beneath their feet like a hungry trap. Their exhaustion was afflicting theirs. Oh no, there's something. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm awful at reading sometimes. I really wonder what those little bits and pieces of story are, how it's gonna be, if it's gonna be relevant, and how to the big picture, you know. Is that a resin? Might be. Oh, okay. I just used the wrong button. I was thinking picking up items, so I used the item. It's alright, I have one more. Risk it? Nice. No. So I don't have a key. Okay. Ah, this is gonna be a pain. Oh shit. Are we in lockdown? I think we are, yeah. Okay, I got a key now. Fuck. fucking asshole has so much fucking HP, man. I could like approach and try to break their shield and do more damage when staggered, but I realize like this is kind of anti my build because so much of my damage relies on the stagger damage. So. We clearly could use more damage, but I mean, At least we didn't get hit or anything, so taking that as a win. Shapely room, you know, all things considered. Lots of healing. Have to leave that for now. Okay, how many... Okay, this is a risk that I can take. Man... Okay, there's optional rooms. Let's see our options before we make any decision. Man, that would be a nice one to get like something like leech rounds or something. You know what, actually, let's do this one now. Please don't be an enemy. Okay. Do I gamble? Do I want to gamble there? No, I know what the upgrades that I want. I don't think I'm gonna gamble. Now, this is an interesting concern here, is Do I think there's a chance that I die before the boss in this one? There's the challenge room, that could be a problem. Oh no. Oh my god, that stagger damage. Yeah, nope. I just... Dude, what can you do? Like... That's an enemy that, you know, like, the whole point of that enemy is that he shows you his ass when you hit him enough and then takes big stagger damage on his fucking ass. And, well, my current setup, obviously, that was... That's the opposite of the other one. Like, that was the perfect enemy for me. Absolutely melted. Melted so hard that I kind of want ice cream now. All right. Oh my god. This for Silphium Vial. Yeah, whatever. I was gonna have to use it at some point. I don't want to have to deal with the consequences there. And I have a bit, you know, an emergency HP boost if I need to. What's up, Ninja Cookie? It hasn't been up to the previous run. This run's going well so far. But have to be careful. It can be over in an instant. Any room can be the last room. You never know. Oh, that... I remember that room layout. Had been a while since we had that same room layout. Yeah, how are you doing, Ninja? What's up, the Void? How are you doing, man? No item? Surprising. Wait, isn't there usually... There it is! Nah. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do that one, and we have a lot to do there. I need to do that one, then I need to check the room that I can now unlock because I have a key, and oh, okay. That's good for us right now. I'm gonna have the chance to probably pick a nice lineup of parasites. I'm not seeing a lot of purple in there. So maybe not. I don't like that. Actually, you know what? Pick it up. Fuck, I should have waited. Let's try. Blocked by shield. I think... You know what? I think I'm gonna... 30% is quite a bit though, but... I like the positive and I really want more parasites, so... This, however, I don't... No. No. I don't think... No, let's keep a few slots open. Yeah, there, I would have taken damage. That would have... I would be mad right now if I had picked that other one. Very happy with my decision there. I love video games right now. Okay. Love gaming, yeah. Oh, that's a big one. That's a big one. Big one room. Not yet. I'll come back. We're getting to the hard stuff now. The point of risking it. Okay, I'm okay with that. This is so dumb, but... about an hour or something. Getting hit briefly increases melee damage by 100%. Not a huge fan of that one, but I'll take it, I guess. What's up, Nami? How are you doing, man? Am I winning? I got my ass kicked quite a bit by the game in the past couple days after starting very strongly and first trying every boss up to the 5th biome, but I haven't seen the boss of the 5th biome yet. Yeah, first tried, first 4 bosses, had only died 15 times when we reached the 5th biome, and then since then I've died 10 times in that area without getting any progress. What pros and cons do I have at the moment? Pros, I do a shit ton of stagger damage and I have a weapon that staggers well. Plus bonus staggers from parasites. Cons... my repair efficiency is a bit low. It's only 10% with the balance of items that I have. That's pretty much it. Other than that, we're pretty good. Yeah, how are you, Nami? What's the deal right now? You at work? Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, I'm very used to roguelikes, so I'm not sweating it, but it kind of felt like I was getting away with a lot at first, and maybe I got a bit confident, overconfident. The game has humbled me a bit. Heading to work now. Low protection. And I don't have protection deficit. I'm just malices. I don't have bonuses. But yeah, just less repairs can be a bit annoying. But okay. Oh yeah, open that door. Yeah. Next step, open the door. Then the big one locked room, and then the challenge room, and then the boss. Yeah, and I am going along for a bit. Yeah. Bit of damage. Greatly increases max integrity, but you have a similar one already. Ah, fuck. Do I want to risk losing one? I don't care about Altfire at all. So I think I would rather get rid of one of these. Its repair efficiency, it's a bit annoying. Especially, well, I mean, actually, in fact, if it doesn't hit this one, I won't be able to... Basically, I'm hoping I'm praying for a 1 in 3 chance. Boss again, yeah. We're gonna fight the boss. I'm gonna have to fight them multiple times anyway to get the lore and everything, so I'm always gonna clean up an area before I move to the next one. That's one of the things that I do. If I can beat the boss, probably not gonna win the next stage anyway, right? So... fuck. So I'm gambling a 1 in 3 chance to improve on the negative. 1 in 3 chance to improve on the negative. It's not a good gamble, but I would be getting Obolites anyway, which would allow me to... Well, no, I'm gonna have enough Obolites anyway. No, I don't think it's a good gamble. 1 in 3 to get rid of repair efficiency being lower. I mean, if it works, it's awesome, but I really like that positive. And if it removes this one, we're fucked. I don't know what to do. Yeah, for sure, Larry. Enjoy, man. Have a good one. Yes, Zulu? Why rip Nvidia though? Are VGA like the most sold Nvidia cards? Okay. I think VGA were the best Nvidia cards for more than a decade. Fair, fair. I mean, I'm pretty sure Nvidia will be fine. Based on how many constructors are building Nvidia cards, but... Yeah, if they were really that much better than the other ones, that's at the end of the it's problem for the consumers mostly, right? Okay. Oh yeah, Nasrallah? Nice. That's pretty cool. Way back when. I have to let go of that trade. 30% chance trade. I think it's way too low for the marginal benefits. Right. Frustration over its treatment by Nvidia. According to both sources, it's about respect. Yeah, basically, they're both they just disagree on. Probably couldn't get to a deal or whatever. Alright, let's go. So these assholes don't stagger, I just realized that. God fucking damn it, dude. I was stuck against the fucking thing. Fuck, that was almost a perfect room and I got stuck against the piece of shit fucking... What did I get stuck on? Against that shit there? Christ. Anyway. Pretty tempting. Unshapely pylon, yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, probably good for competition, right? Someone was complaining the other day in Naz's channel about Nvidia's alleged monopoly, according to them. Which, you know, mostly, Naz and I mostly disagreed that it was a monopoly, but they're still, you know, the leader in the market, so... Probably pretty good that, so, you know... They're maybe gonna have to stay on their toes a bit. If AMD's gonna take a bit of market share again. We'll see. We'll see. What's up, Pikira? That's how you play video games, goofing around. Yeah. I was thinking for a long time, I wonder if you can actually do that, and never tried because, I don't know. There's always tension and stuff to do, and I'm glad you can. It's kind of cool. I think I'm gonna stick with the Spitmo for now. I don't like Void Beam anymore. I find it weird. You can make challenges with it. Yeah, only kill enemy mid-air while bouncing off of those things. Now that would be an interesting one. Yeah, I think what's the market share of Nvidia? Like over 60 for sure, like pretty much 70% or something. It's a pretty big fucking market share, but hey, I mean, you know, to be fair to Nvidia, they have a very strong marketing. Everyone associates the new graphics card generation with their generations. AMD feels like it's just following a bit, even though they're great products in their own right. Just it always feels in the eye of the public, at least, that Nvidia is the one like that, you know, makes the new generation. Like, oh, they're releasing their new, you know, 30 series or whatever, 3000 series. And just have good marketing, and they make pretty good products, right? So to be fair to them, I don't think like it's a undeserved lead in the market, but you know. Hey, Third Mask, what's up, man? Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. We're doing more art today. Good to see you, dude. Increases protection by 10%. No, I want more HP. Although, that's an interesting... I'm probably at, what, like 140 almost? Means 25 more %. Amounts to like 15. Yeah, it's... Yeah. Big session of Darkwood. Oh, nice. How did you, how are you enjoying Darkwood? Going back to it, I still have to play it. Very interested. Yeah, I think more HP is the way. If somehow we get more, we get another 200 in the challenge room, which I doubt, but you never know. Or with the boss kill, maybe. I can still come and get it. Awesome games full of intense moments. Yeah, I'm really excited to eventually get to it, for sure. I was thinking about playing a game throughout my day here, and now I completely forgot what game I was thinking about. But if you were there earlier lurking, and if that's what made you want to play the game, there's a chance it might be Jedi Fallen Order. We talked about it a lot. I don't think it is, but just in case, like I know we mentioned that game a lot earlier, so if you were around, there's a chance you were like, oh yeah, I'd like to play that game actually. I know my brain works like that sometimes. Oh man, I hate challenge rooms. I have a very bad feeling about all this. I could use a reconstructor just in case. Let's just play well. God fucking damn it, goes totally. Swear to God, dude. Okay. Where's the interrupter for this? Oh, it opens when you kill the room. I was trying to be fancy and be like, oh, I'm gonna just pick up all the items before I fight the big ones. It only opens when you actually clear the room. Okay, there's lava down there. I have to be careful about that. Oh, we're not done yet. $10. We're only on the first phase. I'm actually keeping one alive. I'm keeping one alive to be able to look around and decide. Whew. Oh, I haven't been back. $10. For mask. I was only there the one time. No. Come on. I need to get rid of those enemies fast. Thank you. Thank you. Jesus, finally. Finally we fucking get a challenge room clean. Okay, this has a bit more damage and range. Explosive spit's interesting. There's slug shot. There's no rapid spitter, but that doesn't matter. I can... Actually... Yeah, it pretty much doesn't change anything. Blast shell is better. Backsplash can be interesting, but critical stagger is pretty significant for us right now. So I don't know. Increases the effects of upcoming parasites. Only upcoming, right? So if I pick it up now... God damn it. I wish I had that earlier. But that's a good argument in what I sometimes say is wait until later to pick up shit and create the build. Leave all your options on the ground and then pick up everything, like in pure roguelike fashion, right? Because if I had gotten that before, I would be much stronger than I am now. But I would have had to be able to get there. So there's a trade-off, right? Like it's taking the risk. Yeah, I don't know. I think critical staggers pretty fucking important. Fuck. I hate that. I wish I found a weapon that's clearly better in all respects. Getting a malignancy just malfunction just before the boss sounds like a terrible idea. I don't know. Oh, sorry. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use at least one. But I'm gonna cleanse it. I don't want to risk anything. What was that again? Now my problem is now I only have the boss left. I don't know if I can stagger Hyperion or not. I don't remember that. Which is a big a big question for me, because if I can't, then my current setup is not going to be super useful against him, and I would be much rather it would be a lot better for me to go grab that carbine that I left on the ground at some point that I didn't want to pick up. So I don't know. Pretty big decision there. I don't remember if staggering him was a thing or not. In my first fight, I completely, you know, wasn't paying much attention to anything. It was just a absolute beautiful mess of a fight. What do I do? I mean, I could not risk it and just go grab a better weapon for... tonight was okay. $10, yeah. Not so great in general, but tonight was alright. You gotta be kidding me. I don't know. What a weird decision I have to make. So what one thing that I can say for certain is that it's a pretty static fight. From what I remember, he sits on the organ quite a bit, and when he moves, he doesn't move a lot. So on a very static enemy like that, I mean, this could be justified. Like he's pretty large, so he's probably gonna take the brunt of all my damage. There's also an argument to be made about using Holo Seeker. Since it's not moving a lot, you're not gonna have to, you know, aim too much. So, not entirely sure. Let's go see. No, that wasn't this one. Was it this one? Yeah, that might have been this one. What's up, Savitar? Don't tell me anything. No help. No suggestions. Keep your knowledge of the game to yourself. And both of us will be very happy. Thank you. That's a whole lot of bullets, but Yeah, that instantly gives me also 10% protection, which is not awful. Ardent's pretty good. I don't remember what weapon I had in our first encounter. Might have been a Spitmore Blaster, or was it a Holo Seeker? I don't remember. I mean, there would be an argument to make about the spine thing. Since it's very static, I'm not gonna have to aim a lot. I can just like fire a few times, focus on dodging a lot. Okay, there's 3 weapons there. So take a look. Nope. I'm sure it's a great weapon. I am definitely not vibing with it. Ahead, and then even further ahead is probably something to... Yeah, I don't want to go much further. We get into like old weapons then. Wait, I've checked those two, right? Yeah. The Keanu No You is a great comeback. Oh, I never looked at it this way. Oh, interesting. Just opened my eyes to a usage of Keanu that I was not aware of. How much was that protection again? 200? We're not that far. Probably be able to get it after the bus. Yeah, this is tempting. Although, none of the bonuses are gonna do anything for me. Yeah, you know what? Let's see. Let's see if it can be staggered or not. And I mean, at least if I yeah. I have a Novelite Siphon, Kinetic Siphon, and Kinetic Field, none of which are gonna be very useful. Yeah, we'll see. Let's see how it goes. I mean, it's the best run we've had since the first time we got here and went to the next biome and died, so... We're gonna have to trust ourselves here. Last chance, maybe? Although homing is not a terrible idea. Homing is pretty good in that regard, and proximity mine, like, he's always sitting at his fucking keyboard, so, you know. There's an argument to be made for this one there, but... Yeah, the Void, it's awesome. Here we are again. Always just as beautiful. Even better for me now because of my new monitor, so... The moon, intact. What's up, Jimmy, my ball slap? Welcome in. Good to see you again. I think I'm getting used to it. $10. Thank you, Savitar. Should be alright. We'll see. I first tried it the first time I got here, so, you know. I already know what I'm up against. Time to chat for a few hours? I don't know. It's all good. Tempting the gods of electrical power. So zooming attenuates the ambience always, Brandon, because of the the effect when you're loading a special attack, you know. And here it even makes you closer to the music, so you know, kind of enhances the whole thing, right? Rico. We're about to fight Hyperion, which I believe represents the father figure, which was in fact confirmed later by Celine in one of the scout logs. So interestingly, Ninja, this is already, what you're listening to right now is a cover song, technically speaking. It's a reinterpretation of Don't Fear the Reaper by Blue Oyster Cult. Which is very rearranged and you know, but yeah. It's very good. Here's an interesting reference to it on that one.
Hard times have come
So cool.
here, but now they're gone. Why won't the music end? I silenced it, but now it's stuck inside me. I don't deserve this. Seasons don't fear the Reaper.
So good. Love it. There. That's the one.
The severed are still here, like me. But despite their broken bodies and minds, they've ascended. The severed achieve clarity and madness by climbing the throne of exaltation. My father once sat atop it, every organ pipe chanting in a way I never could.
Some interesting lore, symbolism. What's up, Madame JC? How are you doing today? I'm good, it's Friday. Nice, nice. There is a Monsieur and Madame JC, yeah, yeah. Going Halloween shopping soon. Nice, nice. Hope you enjoy it. Man, it's so fucking good. I cannot believe how great that music is. And the whole setup here is just, like, it blows my mind. I'm thinking right now, I'm tempted to take a short break, leave you guys for 2 minutes with the beautiful music, use the restroom, grab a snack, and then going a bit longer, or give it a try and see what happens. You know, I'm not sure yet. Hey, what's up, Zach? What's up, Special Effects? We actually, that's the second time I got there. We got there 3 days ago. Sat there for an hour and a half just talking, and then I first tried the boss actually. And then we died in the 5th biome, had a couple days of struggle on the on this one, which is interesting because the first time I was here, I maybe died once and then immediately got the good run that got us to the next one. And then struggled for a good 10 runs. Didn't manage to find our way back, and now we're back. Hopefully to get another attempt at the 5th biome. We'll see. But yeah, so far my favorite boss too, but probably one of my favorite bosses in gaming history, in fact. Like just the setup of how you get there and the music and... not much compares. The moving clouds. Yeah, I mean, everything in this picture is so fucking dynamic. It's so amazing. Like the tentacles connected to the organ, and the way it just plays on that shit. And the moon being intact, whereas at the beginning of the game it was broken in the other era of the planet. Another hint that we actually went back in time. It's just so great. Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the top fucking moments in video gaming history for me. It's so good. And all the symbolism, like I cannot wait to learn more about what Celine's relationship with her dad was. I have a lot of ideas and speculations about what this represents, and it's fascinating. Really a lot of fascinating stuff here. Reminds me a bit of, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Akira anime. If you're, you know, younger and very interested in older anime, you maybe have heard of it. If you're old like me, you probably remember seeing it when you were a kid. And it traumatizing you, basically, when you watched it when you were 12 and you weren't supposed to. Or even younger than that, but yeah. In Akira, there's the Requiem part of the soundtrack with organs and everything. Kind of reminds me of that interpretation of that song right here. Good vampire music, yeah, maybe. If I was a vampire, and I'm not quoting the Marilyn Manson song, but if I was a vampire and I lived in a manor, I would love that music to just fucking blast through the whole thing, you know? Good anime is good. Yeah, good anime can be very good. Yeah. And bad anime is very bad, but that's the same for everything, right? Video games, movies, whatever. I'm fully convinced you are. You can't talk me out of it. You think I'm a vampire, legitimately, Madame JC? How are my teeth? Not very vampiric, yeah? That's true, Rico. There was a trailer recently that paid homage to that. Oh yeah, the Bloodborne card trailer that's being developed by the same person who made the Bloodborne remake. She released a trailer of Bloodborne card with showing Father Gascoigne, who's riding a motorbike, and the very first scene is the Akira slide with the bike. Beautiful. Okay, I'm gonna take a short break, I'm gonna use the restroom, I'm gonna grab something to drink, a little snack maybe. Then we can take on Hyperion, and win or lose, we're pushing on. That was the decision moment. I made it. Yeah, Interstellar, that's a good reference too. because of the use of the organ in Interstellar, of course, similarities. So I'll leave you 2 minutes with my buddy Hyperion here. Enjoy the music, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Alright, thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. Sorry it took me a bit. I ended up opening the window, actually. Sneaky window time in here. Sorry, $10. Didn't Akira break records for the most shades of color put to animation at the time of its release? Maybe. Who knows? I don't know, Larry. The song, the first time I heard like the notes, like the theme, the motif, sorry, it felt familiar, but I couldn't place it. And I don't remember exactly when it hit. There was a part. I don't remember at which point it was, but yeah, at one point it hit, and then there was a confirmation with the audio log, right? This audio log was basically the confirmation that it was indeed the right song, right? But yeah. I mean, it's a fucking very well-known song. I mean, you know, granted I'm a bit older than most people on Twitch, I guess, but not old enough that this was released when I was alive, I don't think, but well, didn't someone say that this was in 76? Actually, let me look it up. Yeah, 76. I figured like 70s or something when we talked about it the other day. But yeah, I mean, it's I'm 40. Larry. I turned 40 in July, actually, this year. And, yeah, I know most people wouldn't. It's because of the black hair and everything. The, you know, the setup I have hides my imperfections very well. But yeah, a lot of people know it because of the SNL. Sketch. Also, I think my first exposition to that song in general was the Scream movie. When I was a teenager, there was a cover of this song in the movie, and I really liked it. And so, you know, I learned later by my parents probably that it was a cover, and my parents grew up with that music, right? So. But yeah. Very glad that I picked up on it pretty early. That was a nice moment to be confirmed for me. I was wondering, like, there's a little piece here in the interpretation that I'll mention it when it comes back. I don't remember exactly when, but oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's oh yeah, the other part right. Let's listen to it, it'll come. It's raining again more strongly, like the same sound thing we had the other day is starting again. That part here, the back. I wasn't sure what part of the song it was at first, but it's I think it's simply you know, like season don't fear the reaper, but like super slowed down, you know. Don't fear the reaper. so fucking cool. I like this version much better than the original, in fact. You haven't heard my thoughts on the game story lately? I mean, in the past 2 days, we haven't made progress, so we haven't found new story-based stuff, right? Which doesn't help. Hopefully we'll get there today. Siren songs in my sun, a phantom hope might break. Siren songs in my sun, a phantom hope might break. Yeah, I don't know, Hyperion. What secrets do you hold? I just love the faceless design with the hair around it. Just looks so... Oh my god, what a design. This enemy is so cool. Alright, I think we're ready to go now. None of this is gonna help me too much. Maybe kinetic siphon if I'm really in trouble and I wanna, you know... Maybe I can pop field and siphon. Wait, what does kinetic field do exactly again? Damages hostiles. Yeah, I mean... There was a game called Ripper back in the 90s that featured this song as the intro. It was a game by Take-Two and it was 8-disc game that revolved around Jack the Ripper, brought into the future 2000s. Dude, featuring Christopher Walken? I don't remember it. Was it? It was one of those FMV games, right? Yeah, 96. Yeah. Oh, dude. I completely forgot about that. Banned in a lot of places due to its 18+ rating, yeah. Our oldest started asking me today if I played the old school games, then asked me what a Nintendo was. What was an old school game for him, like a PS3 game? I can't believe PS3 can be almost considered old school now. I mean, fuck, like the first PS3 games are 15 years old now. Oh, she was actually asking about old school. That's nice. That's nice. I mean, of course, old school is subjective, right? But PS3 old school. I mean, like I said, like the first games are 15 years old, man. When I was 10, 92, 15-year-olds. 15 years before that would have been 78. That would have been considered old school. Absolutely for sure, you know. So, yeah, I don't know, man. Like, say, Chrono Trigger 93, right? I think. Chrono Trigger would have been considered old school in 2008. When we were playing, I don't know, like, what were we playing in 2008? Like, the first few Assassin's Creed games, Uncharted, stuff like that? Of course you would have considered Chrono Trigger old school, right? Yeah, man, 15 years. It's... I understand that it's not just a matter of time. Like, there's a sort of... The games of 15 years ago don't seem that much different to the games of today, compared to 15 years between the early 90s and the late 2000s, but... Oh yeah, I played Phantasmagoria back in the day, Rico. The second one I think I played, not the first one. Remember the state of play when they revealed Returnal together with Horizon Forbidden West? Yeah man, fucking good. It's been a good time for video games lately. So many good games coming out. Fun fact about this song, if you play the OST version on Twitch, it gets muted. Where this version, that sounds almost identical, is completely fine. Huh, interesting. You feel like you have to be a 20-year-old game to be old school? I mean, would you have thought the same, Laura, in 2005? In 2005 you were playing, I don't know, Shadow of the Colossus, or what games came out in 2005? Resident Evil 4, Psychonauts, Battlefield 2, Civilization 4, Devil May Cry 3, Conkers, Live and Reloaded, apparently. Shadow of the Colossus, The Matrix Online, oh my god, wish I could have forgotten that. Kingdom Hearts 2. Like, you would have felt this... You would have felt like a 1985 game. Or even a 1990 game was old school back then, right? Super Mario World, F-Zero, Final Fantasy VI, Gremlins 2 on the NES. I don't think it's just a matter of years. I think it's not, but maybe it's just us getting older and we remember things that we were already adults, right? So it doesn't feel old school, but for the kids today that played Fortnite or grew up on the recent Call of Duty Warzone or whatever, maybe for them playing a 2005 game is completely ancient right now, right? But at the same time, I don't know, it truly feels like games have evolved less in the past 20 years than the 20 years prior, right? Maybe that's a bias because of me going through those years as an adult, but it does feel like it evolved a bit less. Like we're still playing pretty much the same games, except with better graphics and a few new mechanics and all that, right? But compared to 20 years jump from 2002 and 82, everything is different. The way you play games, the interface with which you play games. We were playing with those shitty joysticks with 2 buttons, right? Now, this design of controller hasn't changed in 20 years, pretty much now. It evolved, but, you know. That's a good point, Larry. There's a lot more narrative now in the way it's delivered. Back then it was just text on the screen for the most part, which was fine too. I love the old school JRPGs with a lot of text and, you know, but yeah, I don't know. Old school is my childhood, that's how I define it in my head. Analog sticks weren't even used for camera control not that long ago. Well, it depends on what we mean by it not so long ago. What were the first games to use that? Probably, I don't even know. I remember like Xenogears on PS1. You use the R1, L1 to rotate the camera. Definitely not the stick, which was weird when you think about it, but it made sense. Not everyone had an analog stick back then, but probably on PS2, right? When the analog controller became standard with the console, I would assume like PS2, Xbox, the first Xbox era, that's probably when analog stick for control became the norm, right? Because on PS1 you didn't know if someone had an analog controller or not, for the most part, so... Yeah, Noger. Remember when you couldn't aim up or down in shooters, and it was just like it scanned if there was an enemy on your line, and it automatically fired higher, like in Doom and Wolfenstein. Well, Wolfenstein was on single plane, but like Doom had verticality, and you were firing with the keyboard, and it would automatically fire upwards if needed. I don't know. I think the PS2 was the first game to use analog stick for aiming, for camera control. Analog stick for camera control, first game. Apparently Alien Resurrection in 2000 was the first game to use camera control on the right stick. Or maybe Quake 2, according to a forum that I just found. The Quake 2, I mean... Oh, maybe Zulu, I don't... Didn't the first Doom have verticality? Brendan, good luck, man. Get that win, my friend. Hope you get it. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's weird how things change, right? Oh, right, Piquera? Okay. I didn't remember that. It was so long ago. Ape Escape in '99 was the first game to use camera analog? I think I just read someone mentioning that Ape Escape was the first game to use the right analog stick, but that wasn't used for camera controls. So I don't know. The dual analog stick camera control scheme was used on the PS2 launch Time Splitters. But people think there's a PS1 game that did it before, maybe. Oh, Zulu, Doom 2... No, that's what I mean, Zulu. That's exactly my point. Doom 2 couldn't aim above or higher and lower. Your camera was on a single plane, but if an enemy was positioned higher, it would automatically shoot higher without the camera moving up or down. That's exactly what I said. And I think, I mean, I don't remember Doom 1, but I think it did that too, so I don't know. But Doom 2 didn't, you couldn't move the camera up and down in Doom 2. The first game that I remember doing that was Quake. Maybe Quake 2? I'm not even sure if the first Quake did that. I think it did. The PS1 did not have analog stick by default, but you could get a controller with it, and some games, I believe, required it. Yeah, the first DualShock was, well, yeah, actually, there was two controllers. The first controllers that came with the PS1 was a normal controller, no analog stick. And then there was the analog controller with two thumbsticks, and then there was the DualShock, which came with two better thumbsticks and the rumble, the first vibration controls, basically. I hated the first analog PS1 controller. It was pure shit. The sticks were hard plastic and annoying. It was painful. Then the DualShock, instead of curved-in analog sticks, had like little bumps on the analog. Like it felt pretty good with the rubber, and that's the design they kept for the PS2 and 3. And then the PS4 went back to the curved-in analog sticks that we know now that the PS5 is using as well. Yeah. But yeah, no, the first double analog controller was on PS1, yeah. Not on release, but yeah, it came later. Quake 2 definitely had vertical movement. Yeah, that far I'm sure. I played Quake 2 semi-competitively, I remember. Quake 1 I think it did, but honestly don't remember it. But I think it did, yeah. I mean, Duke Nukem had vertical movement, right? Aiming, I mean, you could aim higher and lower, like with the camera. What a history lesson going on here. Dude, the music is good, the view is good, the conversation is good. What more do we want? It's, you know, if we just want to watch the game, we go on YouTube, right? This is what streaming is, for me at least. It's as much about the conversation as it is about the game. Yeah, Duke Nukem had it, I think, yeah. Yeah, Epicuera. Yeah, some games are definitely better kept in our memory, that's for sure. Oh man, the first Duke Nukem, like Duke Nukem 3D actually, not the first Duke Nukem, but the Duke Nukem 3D. When it first hit, it was such a nice evolution on the Doom-like genre, as we called it back then. The very urban environment and going in the bathrooms and vents to traverse the environment. And it was so fucking... It was a completely different vibe than playing Doom. Like the fact that you were playing in a city that felt realistic. All the traps you could set. So fucking good. Blood. I remember Blood 2 more than Blood 1. I haven't played Blood 1 very much, but Blood 2 I remember. Double gun. That was so cool. I also remember... there was this game. I'm pretty sure nobody played it amongst ourselves here. It was a first-person shooter with very heavy narrative and elements. Avenging Angel? Something? Avenged Angel? Requiem Avenging Angel, 1999. It probably looks like shit now, but oh my god, this game blew my mind back in the day. It was one of the first one that, outside of Half-Life, that did narrative very well in the game. There were many sequences where you weren't supposed to fight, you could just talk with the guards and avoid the enemies and... Oh man. If someone played Requiem, Avenging Angel, that was something back in the day. I also remember Soldier of Fortune very well. If you guys remember that, that was the first game that did gore, violence in an FPS very well. Like if you shot an enemy in the belly, like you could see literally his insides coming out and you could dismember the enemy and... That one was very violent, but I loved it. Kingpin was also a great one, around 2000s. It was a very interesting era for the first-person shooter genre in terms of evolution. The Belgian police back in the day used Soldier of Fortune as a training sim? The first game? The bloodier the better era for FPS, for sure. Yep, well, it's all about that violence. No wonder everyone thought video games were awful for young people. Alien vs Predator game? I don't remember them too much. I remember there was one on Jaguar. Anyone remember the Atari console, the Jaguar? There was a very good Alien vs Predator game on there. I didn't have it myself, but there was one at the store where I was always go play Tekken and other games, and I remember playing it there. What a terrible console. I think I'm ready to fight. I played Alien Isolation in 2014, I think, yeah, on stream back then, when I was streaming, in the first era of the stream. I loved it. I'm a big fan of Alien, so I was really in it for the story and the atmosphere and that alien vibe, which it did very well. I feel like it was a bit too long. Well, I mean, the pacing was a bit drawn out at the end. I was getting used to the AI of the alien, so I was basically able to manipulate it very well. And so it made the game a bit less of an intense challenge, so... I would say the first 2/3 of the game, I was really into it. And the lore and learning about the station and everything. I really liked it, yeah. Maybe, or maybe it's just not your thing, you know, but I think it's definitely a game that... It's something to take slowly, right? It's not like a shooter. Like, you approach it very slowly and just like a lore thing, and... For me, you know, it's my vibe, my kind of game, right? When you take things slow and you're getting rewarded for slow pace, it's usually the kind of game that I enjoy, so... Yeah, Rico, for sure. I remember what the Jaguar looked like. Yeah. The controller was a mess, if I remember correctly. Wasn't there like a fucking pad? Like a numpad or something? Yeah, oh my god. Google, if you're interested, Google Atari Jaguar controller and just cry. It's almost as bad as the Xbox controller. And yes, that's a complete diss. I hate the Xbox controller. If you like it, well, fuck you. Doom 3 is 2004. Old school, man. Doom 3 is old school now. Jesus. I remember Doom 3, the big problem people had with the game when it released is that you couldn't use the torch and the weapon at the same time. Which everyone complained about. Like having to either use the torch or the, you know, the weapon. Oh yeah, third mask. Xbox 360 controllers, the only one I own. Hey, a lot of people love those controllers. I personally don't. I've always preferred the position of the, you know, the middle position, but it's mostly because I've played since the PS1, right, on that type of setup, so... I've always played on Sony consoles because most of the time I felt like having a Sony console for the exclusives and then having a PC would allow me to get pretty much almost every game. I was interested in Gears of War. The only game that I got an 364 was Lost Odyssey, and I never actually played much of it, so... But other than that, you know, it always felt better to have a PC and a PlayStation to get the most games possible. So... The position of the analog on Xbox, I mean... I don't know, I think a lot of people are used to it and like it pretty well. For me, I really don't really like it. I prefer... But I'm sure it's a matter of getting used to. However, I will say that what I didn't like about the Xbox controller is that they were just so clunky with the overall shape of it. It never felt great for my hands, but it's probably, again, a matter of getting used to the PlayStation shape, which, let's be fair, for the most part, hasn't changed since the first controller. It has changed a bit, but it was always an evolution of the previous version. So your hands adapted very quickly, and it always felt very good to me. I must say, I think the DualSense is probably, you know, outside of having a sex toy name, it's probably the best version of that controller. It's heavier, which I like. I'm sure it's due to all the mechanics inside, for the haptics and all that. I love the weight of it. I love a good heavy controller, but... Yeah. They have shit D-pads? You mean the DualSense? I like the PlayStation 1 D-pad. For some reason, I've always liked it because I played Tekken on them for a long time, so I got, I guess, used to them being pretty useful for that. Yeah, I haven't. Honestly, you don't touch the D-pad much anymore, right? It's just a single press here and there to adjust. I haven't played like a platformer or anything with it, so. I started with Tekken 1, but 3 is the one I played semi-competitively, yeah. That was the first one I really trained and practiced and did money matches all over Europe back in the day, and yeah. Tekken 8 got announced, yeah, I know. Yeah, Piquira. I mean, it makes sense, I guess, you know. But for me, who quite likes some old school 2D platformers, I think the D-pad, we'll see. When I'm playing Hollow Knight, maybe I'll play with the D-pad, although I think the controller, the analog should work well with that. We'll see. We'll figure it out. Half-Life was just a pinnacle, such a pinnacle for the FPS genre as well. It was a great evolution in terms of bringing, you know, very nice environments and narrative and all that. And then Half-Life 2 just blew it out of the water with the physics and all of that. Yeah. And somehow, after 20 years, Half-Life 3 is still the most awaited game of all time for some reason, it seems. Well, I mean, maybe not so much anymore with younger gamers, but anyone that's old enough probably still kind of holds on to hope that it will eventually come out. I don't personally care, but you recently watched a vid on Tekken lore? That sounds like a terrible time. Tekken lore makes no sense to me. But, well, then again, I never played Tekken for the lore. That's one of the games that I never got really interested in the lore or anything. So. It's actually pretty deep, yeah? Okay. Well, maybe one day I'll look into it then. I'd rather just get a Mega Drive controller. Okay, that's a weird take for me because, and I'm not saying you're entitled to your opinions, of course, but I never liked the D-pad on the Mega Drive. It seemed so inferior compared to the Super Nintendo. And I played both consoles a lot back then, but the fact that the Mega Drive had those intermediate pieces between the directions, you know, like the diagonals, felt so uncomfortable to use somehow for me. I don't know why. Half-Life 3 will never live up to the hype. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking that they're waiting for VR tech to be on the level and to be well spread, mainstream, cheap, and really high quality, and they're gonna make the game for VR. What I've been thinking for a long time is that Half-Life 2 was so groundbreaking because it was using physics really well for the first time in an actual good video game, right? And I think Half-Life 3, the only chance that Half-Life 3 has at being worth the wait is if it makes groundbreaking use of physics and becomes the first huge fucking physics game, VR game. And I think Alex might have been like a test to, test the waters and see how it works and get a bit of feedback from the players. And I'm thinking, when I saw Alex, they announced it, and I saw that, I was like, oh, that confirms what I've been thinking for a long time, is that they're waiting for the new next big tech, haptics, maybe, who the fuck knows, like maybe a chest vest that you can wear to feel the sensations of, like proper, next gen VR, like something that's really groundbreaking. So, that's what I'm thinking. We'll see. But that would be a way that they might make something that, even if it has shortcomings, much like Half-Life 2 had in the day. Like, I don't know if you remember when it came out, but despite the fact that it was amazing, there was a lot of stuff people complained about. I remember some critics being a bit more harsh on the game than we remember, because it's so cult now, you know. But there was a few things, you know, that people were complaining about compared to other games of the genre at the time. But physics was the big thing everyone was hyped about, and that was the killer feature of the game, right? We didn't care about a lot of the rest, you know. It was just, oh my god, I want to play with the physics, right? So I'm thinking if they come up with something great with VR, new tech, something that pushes the medium forward, makes it accessible for everyone, maybe that's what it will be remembered for. Like, oh, Half-Life 3 had all these issues, but it gave us that experience for the first time. We'll see. My opinion is that we should let franchises die sometimes, let them rest in peace. I wish Assassin's Creed died a long time ago, maybe with the second game. I don't know. No, I agree. Sometimes I wish they stopped just bringing... But at the, you know, and then again, I don't want to be hypercritical. I've made that argument myself in the past that having those big franchises that you know you're going to sell millions of, if you're releasing that and then you're using that money as a publisher to finance smaller, more challenging, interesting games that push the medium forward, then you're doing something good with it. And then it's worth having those games over and over again for those that want to buy them, right? But if you're Ubisoft, then you're just not really doing anything with that money except making more of those games. Well, then, I don't know, has Ubisoft made any great, you know, like you could argue that Sony does a lot of big franchises shit, like another God of War, another Last of Us, another blah blah blah, but they're also financing games like what we're watching right now, which is amazing. This is AAA quality for a game that should have been an indie game based on how much passion, art direction, and challenge, you know, there is in there. So both in the narrative and in the gameplay and everything. So I can forgive Sony for making another God of War if we get another game like this, if you know what I mean. But Ubisoft, I don't know, yeah, I'm not sure. Sorry, I was... Not many games use physics like Half-Life 2 even nowadays. Yeah, maybe. I wish we had more games that use the destruction that... Red Faction Guerrilla, if you remember that one. I wish more games did that. Use that proper... Oh, my mission is to assassinate the dude in the building there? I'm not gonna go in there. I'm gonna destroy the pillars under that building and just get the whole thing to fall in the fucking ravine. That's gonna settle it, right? Oh man, I wish more games did that. Alex has an 98% positive reviews on Steam. Yeah, a lot of people liked it for sure. I think charging 80 euros for The Last of Us is the worst stunt of Sony. Yeah, the price is definitely unjustifiable, that's for sure. I'm probably gonna get the game on sale, and I'm sure it's a fantastic remake. You know, whether or not it was needed, I'm not sure. If it was priced at 30, maybe 40, I would have probably been like, yeah, no, that's fair. But 80 is like, but it's a price issue, right? The game's probably great, but yeah, but 80 is way too much, for sure. 80, way too much. It's nice for the PC crowd, that's true. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't know. But again, I can more easily forgive Sony if they keep putting that big money they have into publishing games like this. and giving, you know, giving a shot even to stuff like Naughty Dog back in the day, right? I mean, say what you will about Naughty Dog, but at some point they weren't the big company they are right now, right? Giving them the budget to do Uncharted and then completely going on a different direction with The Last of Us. At the time, it wasn't guaranteed to be a success, right? I remember watching a documentary about the making of The Last of Us, and they were fucking scared of doing something completely different. They could have just focused on making another Uncharted or going back to their other franchises. And instead they were like, you know, we want to do something completely different than what we usually do. And Sony was like, yeah, go ahead. We believe. And that's still, you know, now it became that huge thing, but say what you will about Sony, but in terms of giving a chance to devs to do something different and to try to do something more challenging and narratively speaking, touching on themes that are a bit harder sometimes, less mainstream than some of the others, I think they're doing a good job in the AAA space. They're doing a lot more than many other publishers. And for that, so far they still have my respect. Hopefully they don't pull too many of those $80 remakes of a game that's not even 10-year-old and that already had a remaster, but... You know, Larry, I'm currently playing through Days Gone and it's a lot better than I thought it would be. And I'm a bit miffed that the second one is not coming anymore. I'm thinking, from what I've played so far, I'm thinking the open world elements might wear on me a little, and I might get a bit bored with it. But I'm hoping the story is going to pick up as the more I progress, which means I will be able to focus less on the open world and more on the story maybe, but... No, Sony didn't make the game, but they're publishing it, so they're unfortunately the one who can make the call of let's not... You know, let's not make it, right? Who's the... I don't remember, Eden Game? No, not Eden Game. What's their name again? Ben Studio, sorry. Eden Game, I don't know where I got that from. Yeah, they're the one financing it, right? So, I will say though, I mean, again, they took a chance, right, on Days Gone. Small studio, haven't done anything big. They tried to do something that clearly took inspiration from The Last of Us, but went a bit more open world and more sandboxy. They took a chance, took a risk. It didn't pan out, so of course they're not gonna just throw money out the window, I understand that, but there's always a chance. If the PC version has sold more than they hoped, and if I'm hearing a lot of buzz around Days Gone now, more than before when it released. A lot of people are going back to it and are like, you know what, it wasn't that bad. It was actually pretty good now that they fixed a lot of the technical issues, and you never know. There's a chance that Sony looks at that and is like, you know what, actually a lot of people are starting to... It's getting that cult status a bit, like that hidden gem that many people miss because of the tech issues. So you never know. Maybe Sony looks back and figures, you know what, let's... Yeah. So. But yeah, I always respect Sony for at least giving a chance to people to try and do something, so... I think that was a matter of timing, Larry. I think when Days Gone came out as well, in the wake of The Last of Us, it was difficult. It was a hard sell. After Last of Us took a lot of that space of zombie, post-apocalyptic, deep adventure, I think the game was a bit too close in some respect. Like the intro, the fucking intro of Days Gone is hardcore. We're trying to make something like The Last of Us, you know? From the first moment, it's like, oh shit, here we go again, right? I think that's a bit of a problem. The technical issues didn't help. And I think people were getting a bit tired of zombies. And still are, maybe. Too much Walking Dead and all that shit, you know? Who knows, if in 5 years, maybe the zombie genre becomes a bit more popular again, now that it's a bit of a ditch right now. Maybe it comes back. When people are tired of vampires, because vampires are the new... are hype again. After being down for a few years. Yeah, biking around, I'm having a lot of fun with Days Gone right now. I wish more people played it, to be honest. And every time I go back to it, I've been playing it for 3 days, pretty much. I played it once and then stopped for a few days and then started again a couple days ago. I've put 3 sessions in. And I will say that every time I'm booting the game, I'm like, man, I should not be playing this alone. I should be streaming that. It's such a nice sandbox, the way I'm progressing through it. I'm in survival difficulty, so I'm like super patient, no HUD. It's very immersive, very, you know, like walking around and observing the environment, and that tension of not getting caught, and placing traps, and attracting zombies to camps so that they attack the camps that I'm supposed to dispatch and everything. Oh. So every time I'm playing it, I'm like, maybe I should just not play further and stream it in the future, because it's such a fucking fun adventure so far. I haven't played much of it. I basically, I don't know, yeah. I'm taking it so slow that I've done basically nothing of the story, but there's too many games, Zulu, that's the problem. I already have so many games. I have no idea. I can't stream everything. There's only so many hours in the day. Like, I mean, look at the last hour and a half of the stream. We haven't moved. The way I play games, I can't just play everything. And I'm not gonna suddenly start to play faster because I want to get every game on stream, you know? And maybe it's good for me maybe to keep some of the games for myself, you know, and get those experiences. Because if I always keep the good games, so to speak, for stream, and then just pick games like racing games. I'm never gonna stream racing games, so a lot of my off-stream time right now is racing games. Dirt Rally 2 and F1 22. But I don't want just to play that, you know, I wanna get some actual other games that I enjoy. It's good for my mental health to be able to just chill. Basically what happened is I saw Days Gone and Ghost of Tsushima were free on PS Extra. And I was like, yeah, I want to play one of those games. Which one am I less likely to ever stream? And Days Gone came to mind because I heard a lot of bad things about the game. So I was like, nobody's gonna watch that, right? And then as I researched it a bit more and started playing and saw some of the feedback that I was hearing on the more recent reviews and, you know, like going back to the game in 2022, YouTube stuff, a lot of people are like, this game is a lot better than we thought, and there's a lot of cult following for the game. Actually has a lot of followers on Twitch, for instance, which was very surprising to me, so yeah, I don't know. I don't think Project Cars 2 is on PlayStation, is it? I don't want more racing games. Zulu, scratch that, never mind. I have enough with Dirt Rally and F1 22. It's gonna take me so much time already. I'm already confused when I switch from one to the other. I can't drive anymore. I have to... Thank you though, but I need to stick with... Yeah. I have enough racing for the next few years. And then I'll probably get the WRC licensed game from Codemasters when the next one comes, so that's gonna be in a couple of years, I think. Yeah, Larry? Yeah, I like, you know, that's how I approach games as well. Less games, but let's get everything you can out of them, right? Much like when I was a kid. Like, games were so expensive when I was a kid. When you'd get a game, your parents bought you a game, or you saved up yourself to get a game, you were squeezing the essence of that game down to the last fucking drop. Because that was the only game you would get for months, right? So you were like squeezing everything you could out of the game. And I forgot that for a while, especially when I was a teacher. I had so much money, you know, didn't know what to do with it. I'm a very minimalistic person. I don't need a lot of money, right? So a lot of my income was going in getting games. And so I had so many games. I was playing different things all the time, and I was starting to really play a lot of stuff without giving it the proper attention. And I kind of got burned out on video games in the 2010s. And now I'm like, well, by virtue of having less income, I can't get all the games anymore. So I'm more like, and also because I want to slow down again and really enjoy the games to the fullest. This is totally, what I'm doing right now is totally something I would do when I was younger. I remember Donkey Kong Country. The music was so great. I would just sit there in a stage and listen to the music for hours and just have conversations with my cousins if they were there, or friends if they were over, or just, you know, doing something else while sitting in game listening to the music. And then I would record the music on my tape recorder so that I could play it back when I was in my room doing stuff. Just play the music back and listen to that. And this is exactly the same feel that I have. Like I'm getting memories of just sitting on the couch and talking with my friends while listening to beautiful music in game. Taking things slow and appreciating the video game for what it's worth, not just pushing for the next release, you know, because I have to finish the game in 2 days because the next game is coming out, which I understand a lot of big streamers have to do to maintain their audience. But for me, this would be my personal hell if I had to rush through a game to get to the next one. I never want to do that. Even if, you know, if I'm extremely lucky one day and I become much bigger on the platform, I'll never fall to that trap of wanting to always play the next game. And you guys are gonna have to deal with my pace or watch someone else, I guess is the point. Sexy Mystic Survivor, yeah man. Got it because of the anime waifu, Total Time Vampire. The progress is so fun, that time flybys. Stopped caring about the anime aspect within an hour. I've never heard of it. Sexy Mystic Survivor, interesting. It's nice to try to go back to how it was. Yeah, and I think I definitely feel like I'm getting more out of the games that I would otherwise, right? There's no way you're playing this game super fast and are getting all of the lore and the... There's no way. Doesn't it feel weird when the music almost stops? Just doing that? This makes me feel like my brain's just shutting off. I can understand Celine's obsession with the music. It makes sense. It's a very oppressive music. But yeah, anyway, just old man screaming at clouds is my vibe right now. I'm sorry. I'm just... I miss sometimes when gaming was a bit more simple. You didn't have so many games you want to play, and you didn't know what to stream, what to play, what to... I had nothing else to do but to come back from school and just sit down and play whatever video game I had at the time. That was... What a beautiful time. But yeah, thank you guys for dealing with my bullshit and my slow-ass way of playing games, sorry. Hope you guys are enjoying the conversation. I truly do. It's... I don't think I can change. I don't think I can change and do anything differently. I'm just... A bit of silence feels nice after hours of this constant track. I mean, I don't know, I could listen to this all day. Time to die or to kill. One or the other. But yeah. Yeah, I think I'll have to think about Days Gone. If I want to put a stop to what I've done so far, which is not very much. And maybe give it a try on stream in the future. Maybe that's the play, actually. I don't know. And maybe I get Ghost of Tsushima to play on my own time, because maybe Ghost of Tsushima is a somehow more linear experience that will... I don't know what to do. Yeah, exactly, Nami, yeah. You knew when you had a game that it was all that you got for a few months, so... Yeah. Fuck Ghost of Tsushima. I know you... I've been told that you snapped the disc in half. Which is also part of the reason why I'm thinking that I want to play that one day. Alright, everyone. It's time to go, I think. Wait, let me look at something actually, in terms of... Sorry? Ah, interesting. 374... Huh, I did not expect... Days Gone has more followers on Twitch than Ghost of Tsushima. I did not expect that. Not much, like it's the same ballpark, but... Okay, I have to get used to the fucking weapon again. Yeah, I'm tiring the boss's arms, that's exactly... Or he's just really mad at me. So... It almost looks like an insect is back. It's so fucking great.
Did you learn this melody from me? Or did I learn it from you?
She's going over the same fucking... That was my exact question. Oh my god. I cannot believe they addressed that. Wait, I'm not... Yeah, being close, not a good idea. Let's just focus on the rail gunning. Alright, phase 2. Oh my god, what a boss fight. Oh my god, I love the rage when he moves away from the keyboard. It's like, don't you fucking dare bother me, I'm playing, bitch. Just so much rage. I have a lot of thoughts about that, if we're thinking that this is a representation of the father, right? Just Celine asking for attention and him just being like raging from his piano playing and just being like, you know, like, leave me alone. Oh my god. Okay, phase 3, let's go. Fucking awesome. What a... Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. What a... Oh, I love video games, man. Video games are so fucking incredible. Oh yeah, no, fuck. think I missed that. Okay. We love video games. Holy shit, gaming is awesome. I did better than the first time, yeah. What's up, Patrick? Thank you. I thought you'd lose, sorry, GG. Yeah, I'm fucking... Beautiful. Fucking love video games, man. Yeah, we had a pretty good setup there. I don't think I can stagger him though. I didn't notice any stagger or whatever. Not sure yet, but it didn't feel like... we'll go back to it in a moment, Kilby. Yep, I need to kill him one more time. To, yeah, man, what a fucking fight. Is that... where's what was his name? The guy who said my weapon was terrible for this fight. It was alright. It was alright. I mean, without the slug shot, yeah, I guess it's not a great choice, but with the slug shot or narrow maw, I think it's good. It's pretty good. I think the thing is with this boss is that it's a very static boss, right? So it's mostly about roughly knowing where to aim and just focusing on dodging. For me, at least, that's how I approach it, right? Just roughly aim and shoot in the right direction. Some are gonna hit, some not. That's okay. But focus on just dodging. As long as you can dodge everything, you know where the boss is going to be, roughly, right? There's not a lot of movement compared to other bosses, so... yeah, just shoot there and dodge. And it's... I can't remember. $10. Maybe, yeah. I can't remember. But so, what we mentioned with the father is that Hyperion in the mythology is Selene's father, as well as Helios and Eos. Which is interesting because in this game, I feel like Helios is the son of Selene, from what we've seen in the little scene with where we're playing the kid. What's up, Savitar? Oh, it was you, yeah. Good fight, yeah. I did pretty well. Thank you. And I'm sure, you know, there's probably better weapons, right? I was just like my rail gun with the slug shot. It just feels too good. Have a good night, Rico. So, anyway, mythologically, thematically, Hyperion is Selene's father, and I was noticing the other day that there was never a mention of father figures in this game. Neither Selene's or, well, Selene's son, if we assume that it's indeed his son, there's no mention of a father. Which I found very interesting, how forgotten there's not many male characters, is what I was trying to say. Even from Astra, we've heard of Cecilia, we've heard of Emily. And I was thinking about that the other day, and suddenly Hyperion comes in. We fight the boss, and I'm like, oh shit, okay, Hyperion, that's Selene's father. And there's this melody that he's playing on the organ. What if she learned that song from him when she was a kid and he was playing on the piano, you know? And maybe he had that rage in him, and maybe she was bothering him for attention, and he was getting that, you know, rage movement away from the piano, like, leave me alone, you know, and we've seen hints of potential abuse in that home with the broken door. So, and that would explain why it might have been repressed, you know, like the memory of her father might have been repressed, which is why we don't hear about him. And now it's manifesting on this planet, because a lot of the memories are being brought to life, the nightmares are being brought to life, right? So Hyperion could be a representation of that figure, and Yeah, maybe that's why she's obsessed with that song. We see her playing it when she's growing older, and now they raise the interesting question. Is the song played by Hyperion here because she... because it's brought by Celine's memory of playing it? Or is it the opposite? Is it Hyperion, the father figure, that played the song, and so Celine learned that song from her? And maybe she doesn't remember. She seems to have trouble with memories. Right? So she doesn't remember much from growing up in the house. She mentioned, like, she remembers the pain, but not so much all of what happened. And then there was this very interesting log that kind of... there. I don't remember much about my childhood. What remains of the house isn't worth recalling. There's clearly repressed shit there. There's a lot, but she seems to be remembering quite a bit of her mother. We know about the accident, we know about, you know, like the fact that her mother wanted to be an astronaut apparently and never could because of the accident that broke her spine. There's mentions of a wheelchair, we haven't seen much of that yet. Mother was always herself, like in what state was her mother when she grew up, when Celine was growing up, right? Was she completely out of this? You know, basically just living in a wheelchair, not being able to do much, or what's the idea there? But she doesn't mention the dad, and then she mentions, "I wasn't that bad, was I?" Why does she feel guilty for something? I don't think her mother... Well, I mean, there's always a chance that her mother was abusive towards her because she was frustrated with her limitations, being in a wheelchair and everything after the accident. But there's also a chance that it's the father figure that was the abusive one. And Celine feels guilty about, like, what did I do? Why... You know, what went wrong? And so... Yeah, I'm really wondering why this Hyperion figure seems so angry and enraged and... Mask, I think Ixion and what, Nemesis Ixion? Frike. Haven't looked too much into it. They feel... It's less defined for me, I think... I don't know. I would have to do some research about actual, like, just the mythology of it outside of the game context. I might need to do some research in the future. We'll see. We'll see what more information we can get before we go there. And then there was this log, which was very interesting to me.
Like me. But despite their broken bodies and minds, they've ascended. The severed achieve clarity and madness by climbing the throne of exaltation.
This part now.
My father once sat atop it, every organ pipe chanting in a way I never could.
Literally the only mention so far of a father in actual, you know, from Celine herself. I do believe that's the only mention of a father we've had so far, which is very interesting, and it's clearly associated with Hyperion. Sat atop of it, every organ pipe chanting in a way I never could. You know, very interesting. I'm very much intrigued about analyzing that more once we get more information and... But yeah, fascinating stuff with Hyperion here. Can't wait to find out more. I mean, I'll pick it up. It's not that great, but... I mean, I guess I could do combos with Boom, Blast, and then, you know... I wasn't sure if I had a modification that damages me when I fall, but I don't think so. It's not a new one, right? Oh, actually, never mind. I think I've never read that one. Wait. This... I mean, the first part I remember. This endless song bleeding out. Negative prophecy. Ascend. Hyperion waiting upon the spire. Heard his music again. This endless song bleeding out into space. The inescapable ascent. Standing in the middle of the road? Inescapable used to be negative prophecy. Interesting. Standing in the middle of the road. Hyperion waiting upon the spire, bound to an organ. Extraordinary and unprecedented. I heard his music again. What's up, Tonic? How you doing, man? Yeah, I don't know. Very, very interesting. Anything I can do here to get some HP back before we leave? Or are we done with everything? I don't remember. It's been so long. I don't remember if there was a reclaimer. Oh, there's something here. One sec. It's been a trying week. I'm sorry, Tonic. Hopefully the weekend, you know, is great in all respects and you can actually rest and, you know. We didn't get any overlights for that kill. Or I missed them. Which means I can't get the, wait, did I get it actually? I don't remember if I got the 200 protection thing. Maybe not. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's go check. Returnal has been rough for the past couple days, actually. Only this run has been a return to form, thankfully. Risk it? Nah, cleanse. Cleanse. You're a good luck charm, Nami? Maybe so, yeah. What's up, Dom? How are you doing, man? How's your weekend been so far? I'm a bit vexed that I don't have more, where do I want to go again? Oh my god, fucking hate. I wish you could mark shit on this map, I swear. Oh, there it was. So yeah, ahead and on the right. It's true, you called it, Kilby. Well done. Thanks for your belief. Really helped. Yeah, I like a good 3D map, and I think this one's very good. I just wish you could put markers on it. It would basically fix my only issue with it. Oh my god, I'm so... Oh my god. I wasted 2 fucking... I'm so mad that I wasted 2 ether, but... I should have come here to check. I had a memory of maybe there being a reclaimer, but... Fuck. I mean, it's good. I paid 2 ether, it's fine. I don't... It's not like I'm gonna miss them much, but... Oh, well, actually, as a matter of fact, it's no problem, because I'm not full HP anymore, so... and I might just get that one too, as a matter of fact. I really want to be front-loaded for the Biome 5, because I got destroyed so hard last time I was here. I would, you know, I would like to get a pretty decent start. It'll be fine this time. I'm a bit scared, Naz. We'll see. Oh, Dom, you know, like in general, you know, even when I'm vexed, at least so far, I haven't been frustrated at the game or with the game. It's just, I've been frustrated with my, basically me just not playing on the level I thought I should be playing, so it's just my own frustrations with myself. The game has been perfectly fair. I mean, of course there's RNG elements that make certain runs easier or harder, but in every situation in a game like this, there's a skill level you can attain that allows you to get out of any situation, right? There's never attacks that you cannot dodge by being good enough, so I can only blame myself, which feels very good. There's no bullshit, at least not that I've seen so far. From Naz's reaction, I feel like there might be some bullshit sometimes that creeps up a bit more, but we'll see. But I mean, every bit of every bit of bullshit that can happen is a gamble you make, right? Like, there's a 50-50 chance that it's gonna heal you or it's gonna hurt you, and that's a gamble you make. It's a roguelike, right? So it's not something you can't avoid. If you don't want the risk, you don't take the potential benefit, but... Oh, yeah. Right, nice, sure, I believe you. Alright, let's go. Snow area. I mean, as much as it kicked my ass... Oh, proficiency level 21. I think that's better than last time. I think I'm gonna use that one now, in fact. There. Oh, I just got back, Dom. Literally, right now. We just got in through here. Yeah, we just defeated Hyperion for the second time. But yeah. We'll see. I think we're in pretty good shape. Oh my god. Look at how great the fucking UI is there. You can see that it's frozen. Man, I don't know what the devs, Housemarque, are working on next, but my expectations for their next game is probably too high. I should probably get that in check before I'm disappointed. Find the keys, yep. Haven't found a single one so far, so... Ah, I didn't get a cube. Just noticed. There's a reclaimer here, right at the start. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Oh, they're on a new IP, Larry? I didn't know, yeah. I don't know, Thermas. Did Sony not... Didn't Housemarque actually get purchased by Sony after Returnal? Like, first they only published it, and then they actually bought out the company? Or am I confused with something else? They bought them? Yeah. So it's more than likely going to be published by Sony, right? We'll see. Yeah, probably at least a timed exclusive. Maybe comes on PC later. That much we'll see, but... Yeah, I mean, you know, not mad about it, that's for sure. Not a fan of that. Not a fan of that. I don't know. Okay, we'll see. Maybe integrity is my next step here. Probably. Just patch the game, no DLC needed. You mean for Returnal? I mean, there's a DLC, right? I mean, a free DLC, as far as I know. At least I didn't have to pay anything. And well, I mean, I got the game on the... Well, no, actually, never mind. I installed from the physical version that I have. And the DLC is included, so... A free DLC, very good. Always happy about that. And from what I hear, the DLC actually gives quite a bit of longevity to the game if you're really a fan of it and you want more content, so... And yeah, as far as... You know, what... As far as what they do next, I'm really good DLC. Yeah, I've heard some good things about it. We'll have to... When I get there, I'm gonna have to talk with Naz about some details. If he can tell me, or if he can't, I'll take that as an answer. But maybe if he can give me a few indications of, you know... we'll address that when we get there. I don't want anyone else to give me indications. And if Naz says that no indication is needed, then I'll take his word for it. At least for a while. But yeah, I'm really happy, like you, Larry. I'm always happier when a dev decides to do a new IP. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. I would always much rather... oh, Naz hasn't told me anything, but... I'm assuming... Well, actually, never mind. We had a bit of conversation about it with also JC the other day, and I think both were in agreement that, you know, for now you don't need any information. You can just give it a try if you want, whatever, it doesn't matter. So, yeah. It's more of a question for me of... I know it's an endless mode, the game told me so. Like, it's an endless tower, right? That was the big appeal of the DLC. So the question for me was always... How much am I supposed to play of it to get all the bits of story and more narrative? But I'm sure, like, I'm gonna fill some databanks, maybe, and I don't want any indication, by the way. Nothing right now. So far, the only person who's allowed to tell me something is going to be Naz when the time comes. But if we feel that it's needed, if I'm like wondering if, okay, for instance, like I'm completely done with the game, but is there something more that I can get in terms of getting another ending or whatever? Maybe we'll address that when it comes, or maybe the question won't even be needed and we'll know when that happens. But yeah. We'll figure it out, just to explain why I'm still thinking about the DLC and my hesitations, but so far no indications required or asked. Oh god! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that is awful. I can only imagine it's gonna slow me down if it doesn't do damage in addition to slowing me down. We'll see. Now, suddenly the artifact that prevents slowing things seems a lot more interesting. It looks pretty, yeah. That it does for sure. But yeah, back to the new IP thing. I just... I don't know, it's... I always like a new IP better than a sequel. Even when I loved the game, I never wanted a sequel to The Last of Us. I can be quoted saying that The Last of Us was perfect as is. Please don't make a sequel. The only thing it can do is ruin the ending of The Last of Us. Turns out I was wrong. Turns out, ah shit, my controller's getting low. Turns out I should have connected it while we were at Hyperion, but whatever. Turns out The Last of Us 2 made the ending of the first game even better, somehow. They managed to pull that off, so respect to Naughty Dog for that, but I would still always much rather someone do a new IP. It's just... I like getting new stuff, you know, like new stories, new characters, new worlds. It's always so much more intriguing and interesting. Ah, cunts. Alright. I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk it. I don't want to risk it. I'm afraid. I'm not familiar with that weapon enough. I need to sometimes, when I find it and I have like a weird run that I'm not too fond of, then try to use it and make something with it. But right now, I am so terrified of using that weapon. Even though I'm sure it's great. I need to get a... I don't know. We'll see. Another time. Not now. I want to rely on old weapons that I can use. See, Last of Us 2 was great. Oh, I never had any doubt for me personally. I was very surprised when I finished the game. After like about 2 weeks of playing it, 60 hours or so. Went back online and looked at some of the, you know, reviews and all of that. I was stunned about what I was reading. Absolutely stunned. For me, it was just a... And we're not going to go into it for spoiler reasons, because many people here that I know haven't played it and might play it in the future, but... Yeah, just stunned. I didn't understand. But, oh well. There was a lot of bullshit around the release as well. I don't know. But yeah, again, even though I liked it and it's one of my top 3 games of all time, I still stand by what I said. I would much have preferred them doing a new IP, maybe. I don't know, there's nothing like a new game, a new world that you've never explored before. It's always more intriguing to me. Oh my god, what is this? Maybe Thermask, yeah. I wasn't aware of the leaks. I was in a pretty hard blackout on anything related, so... Is that a challenge room? Oh, fuck off. maybe so, Mask. I don't know. Let's be fair, there was also a lot of ire that was directed at, you know, presumed agendas and all that stuff, which to me were not something that I even considered when playing the game. Like, at no point I felt like I was being, you know, preached to or that anything was being pushed on me. Like, I was just... I don't know. I feel like people see what they want to see in those... I mean, I'm not saying political agendas don't exist, don't get me wrong. I don't think it was the case here. I think people just freaked out over... I don't know, nothing, but oh well. Alright, I was a bit worried about the timing of that, but yeah. Ooh. I'm not mad about that. I feel like it's gonna trigger an enemy. I don't know why. I have the sinking feeling that it's gonna trigger enemies. Oh, Cypher. Nice. Oh yeah, Mask? Oh, new ciphers, yeah. Cool. Of course we get a new style of ciphers. Oh my god, there's so much to collect. And to be fair, Naz, like I always say, everything is political. One way or another. You can choose to ignore it, and that's fine. That's a... You know, we can choose to ignore the politics of whatever. And it's a pretty big privilege to be able to ignore the political aspects of many things, right? And when I say everything is political, I don't necessarily mean absolutely 100% strictly, literally everything. I'm sure you can find counterexamples, but you can definitely choose to ignore the political aspects of most things if you want to, if you have the privilege to be able to do so. Some people can't, unfortunately, but yeah. But in there's a difference between... How to express that? Like, you can look at The Last of Us having... Without going big into spoilers, but having like a trans character, having... strong female protagonist. You could see that as, well, Naughty Dog wants to... believes in diversity, they want to put a light on those types of characters, they really feel strongly about having those characters in their stories. So yeah, in a way, that's a statement, right? What I think is unfair is calling it like an agenda to try to push something, and making the character only about, you know, like, oh, a token character just to push that agenda because whatever, you want to appeal to a certain kind of audience and you know, pander or what. That's when it loses me, right? That's when it loses me of it's the difference between having an agenda and having beliefs, right? I'm sure my stories, the stories that I write, my books, my published books, certainly have my political beliefs in them permeating, even though I didn't try to do it intentionally. It probably permeates in my stories, of course it does. But I'm not pushing, I'm not trying to push something on, you know, on my audience to... I don't know, I think that's weird. That's a weird way to look at what's being done in the video game, right? And what's the agenda there? That trans people are human beings? Wow. That's... Whew. Oh, that's very bad. Yeah, we probably should put Neil Druckmann in prison for that. Exactly, Patrick said it, exactly what I was going at. It's only bothering you as an agenda. If let's assume that it's an agenda, it's only gonna bother you if you think that it's something that's wrong. And if you think that's wrong, you're probably a bigot, right? So, whatever, I don't know. I think the original writer may not have a political agenda, but I think perhaps people put their own agenda. Oh yeah, of course, for sure. Yeah. Laura Bailey got death threats because she played the evil, strong woman character that apparently gamers didn't like because she didn't look like a model, you know. I don't know, it's weird. And then people got really intense about the fact that, you know, they were trying to justify it by, they were trying to justify their opinion on that character by saying, oh, but there's no way she would have that muscle mass in a post-apocalyptic world, right? And, you know, you can argue that this is fair. It's a fair concern if you really want to look at that. I don't think that was the problem for them, but let's assume that it's a legitimate concern, right? The logic of the story. Oh shit. it's a post-apocalyptic world. Where does she get the fucking calories and protein to get that strong, right? And the training room. There's a fucking scene in the game that literally shows you a fucking modern gym. And they have plenty of food, they have farms, animals. They're like literally the best setup you've ever seen in the fucking world of the game. To justify the fact that she can have all the food that she needs. And then you'd argue, but oh yeah, but they still have to be careful. Yeah, they're also the people, I believe it's mentioned in the game, or at least made evident, that they're privileged because they're the people that are going outside to be able to, you know, they're the military of the faction, basically. And so they're privileged. They get all the food they need, they get all the rooms they need, they don't live in you know. Exactly, Larry. She's literally meant to be a super soldier. They're fucking trained to be super soldier to survive in the wild. She spent her entire life training to be able to survive in that world and was given all the food she needed. Probably fucking steroids, if you even want to go there. They probably have fucking steroids. If you really want to go there. And, you know. They're training super soldiers in that fucking gym, so. But they didn't care to look at it with a critical eye and be like, yeah, it actually makes sense. They justified it within the game. They just wanted to be mad because, oh, she doesn't look like a top model with big boobs and, you know. I'm not saying everyone has the same complaints. I'm not caricature. I'm sure many people have very legitimate complaints about The Last of Us 2, and that's fair. I'm just saying that the ones... There's a good portion of them that, you know... But anyway. Yeah, and the character's face is a perfectly beautiful woman, too. Like, she's a fucking model. But even the... Look at... I don't know. I don't want to go into wrestling too much, but look at Rhea Ripley. If you know the WWE Rhea Ripley. She looks more buff than Abby does in the game. Or at least as much. It's not impossible. Sure, there might be substances, but who says they don't have that in Abby's super soldier training compound? Literally, if they have medicine, they have all fucking doctors, and they've reclaimed all the good things there were to reclaim in that world. If there were steroids, they did get it, that faction that Abby was part of. So, you know. I don't know, people complaining that she had unrealistic muscle mass for a woman just clearly haven't set foot in a gym, ever. When I was a gym rat, let me tell you, there were many women that were that built and would have completely, you know, put me to shame if we wrestled, so... Yeah, I don't know. Just... How is it called? Like fragile masculinity or whatever it is? That's a very good example of it. Rhea is scary in the hottest possible way. Dude, she's fucking amazing. And she's great on the mic. She's fantastic in the ring. She looks absolutely amazing. She's the complete package. She needs to be a long-time world champion at some point in the future. Whenever she turns face, she needs to be like a proper long-term world champion. She's awesome. Yeah. They said the same about Aloy in Horizon. Haven't they heard of female UFC? Well, I mean, granted, I will give them that. A lot of women in the UFC are less bulky than the women in WWE and that Abby is in The Last of Us. They're more, you know, like a leaner type of muscular. Because the sport they're doing requires to be a bit less bulky and more, you know, lean and efficient. But it's definitely not, you know... Well, I mean, and then again, you look at, I don't know, like Cyborg and... what's her name? Valentina Shevchenko. I mean, they're fucking huge. Like, they don't seem that big because they're fighting amongst each other, but when you see them compared to a normal-sized fan, they're fucking built. Like, you know... They're fucking fighters, right? But, yeah. Same UFC that let Fox break women's faces? I'm not sure what you mean, Labberduck. But yeah, Horizon, I think Jedi, there was a lot of controversy about Horizon and Aloy because they noticed with the high quality graphics, they were able to simulate the little fluff you get on your cheek. You know, like the facial hair that everyone has, including women, yes. Some more than others, just like men have more hair than others. And so Aloy had a bit of that, you know, nice little fluff there on the cheeks, and people lost their fucking mind about that. The peach fuzz, thank you. Not fluff, peach fuzz. People lost their mind about that. I don't think male to female. You're talking about, sorry, what was her name? Fallon Fox, who is a woman. Let's be fair. She's a openly transgender. She's a woman. So she fought in women divisions of MMA. She never fought in the UFC though. She only fought in other companies, not in the UFC though. Now, you know, is there a nuanced conversation to be had about that? I truly believe so. I truly believe there's a conversation to be had. Combat sports, we know, are very reliant on weight classes and muscle masses and all that. So, it's an interesting conversation. Like, what do you do with M2F transgender athletes, right? It seems a bit dangerous. It seems a bit dangerous. But I don't know. I don't know, you know, what company she fought for. I don't know what their regulations were. I don't know if they had like. I know every competitor, male or man or woman, have like there's a limit to the amount of testosterone you can get. For men, it's a way to make sure they're not, you know, of course, using hormones and all of that, which they do. They just manage to, you know, skirt the line. And for women, I believe also a way to prevent growth hormones and all of that. And I think Cyborg, for instance, had I believe there was a situation in the past where she had to delay a fight because she was over the required, because Cyborg, of course, had used a considerable amount of PED back in her earlier career, and I think she had to delay a fight to get her amount of test lower to, you know, lower than the required amount. Now, I don't know how that was dealt with for Fallon Fox, because I don't have... It was... I mostly watch UFC, and she wasn't in the UFC, so I don't know. But, I mean... It's an interesting conversation, right? Now, the reality of it is, in most sports, I truly believe that being M2F transgender is not going to give you an unfair advantage. And I'm going to explain why. The way society treats minority now makes it already unlikely for any transgender kid to get to that level of competitiveness, right? Because with transition comes a lot of, you know, hardships, probably like a lot of hormonal bullshit that prevents you from always training at the top of your game. Especially M2F, you're gonna start, you know, your test levels are gonna go lower, which is, as we know, a good thing for sport. That's why we take them as PEDs. So for a transgender woman being able to get to a higher level of competition, that's already like, she's already done a lot more than many people on the planet at equivalent level, right? So, I don't know. Should there be purely trans categories? I think that would be a bit weird. I think the idea is that, you know, trans women are women and they should be able to compete amongst other women. So far, we haven't seen a lot of sports. We haven't seen sports being taken over by, you know, which some people are fearing on the internet, apparently. Hasn't happened yet. I guess the day it becomes a real concern, you know. Actually, I don't think that's true, Labraduck. I think there's been examples. I don't believe they've been very successful, but I don't think there's a lot of examples. I think there's examples of that. You still have an advantage? Sure, I mean... I don't know. I'm split. I'm split on the idea because... For instance, in a lot of sports, with the way PEDs are being used anyway, I'm not sure an M2F transgender is gonna have a lot more tests than a biological cis woman who used PEDs like most people do in sports, high competition, you know, high-level competitive sport. So, I don't know. And Fallon Fox is a great example. I don't believe she's more muscular than Cyborg is. So, you know. Yeah, maybe Larry, but then you're... The problem with that, I remember thinking that, like, oh, just go with the birth gender, right? Or birth sex, to be more specific. But then there's a problem, is that then the transgender athletes are at an immense disadvantage. Because an M2F trans person is gonna have naturally much lower levels of test than a cis male, you know. The advantage of male go beyond muscle and one particular hormone? Or are you talking about, like, I don't know, body composition, or what are we talking about? I'm not sure, you know. That statement requires precision. I'm not saying I have a solution, again. It's a complicated question. But... yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's that simple, unfortunately, Larry. I wish it was. I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't know. I truly don't have an answer there. I'm as puzzled as, you know. Yeah, for sure, Patrick. Yeah. She hasn't won titles or anything, so... Oh yeah, no, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. But I truly believe that it's more than just beliefs, if you ask me. It's not like every problem can be solved. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. As hard as it is to accept sometimes. Yeah. But I don't, you know, I don't think... But then again, can say then it becomes too, you know, then it comes down to skill, right? The skill can play a bigger role that we won't realize. That's the problem, right? Skeletal structure is an advantage. But is our skeletal structure not... I don't know, I'm just asking. Isn't skeletal structure building differently specifically because of the difference in hormones that we have? You know, again, not a biologist, so I'm not sure what triggers our bone growth compared to women, so... But I truly believe, like, one of the main point, I think, is that nobody's gonna transition for sport success anyway. Even if it was... Even if there was a proven advantage. Nobody's gonna do that. It's not realistic. You transition because you are... You know... You've been assigned the wrong gender. So, Sense proves that after 12 months on HRT, bone density is the same as cisgender folks. So, wait, Kid, do you mean like... I'm confused by the no it's not because you came in the middle of the conversation, but... So, what you're saying is that bone density increased thanks to HRT? Yeah, of course, Patrick, yeah. In the case of trans women, it decreases. Okay, so a man transitioning to a woman will see a decrease in her bone density. So hormones do play a role in bone density, is what I'm hearing there. Of course, I'm just listening to your, you know. If you have a source or something, I'm happy to. I will gladly, you know, take it to research that later. But yeah, so I mean, you know, that answers some of the concerns, at least. And so we're clear, my opinion, personal opinion, as, you know, without thinking about it too hard, is one should compete in the gender they are, you know. If they're M2F trans, let them compete with women, you know. That's the category they belong to. Trans women are women, so let them compete with other women. And if one day we see like actual evidence of that being a truly unfair advantage, then let maybe readdress that, I guess. It is my, you know, spontaneous opinion on the topic. Because yeah, I truly believe there's no, you know, considering how professional athletes train anyway, with PEDs and all that, you know, the unfair advantages are already part of the sport. Everyone's choked up on hormones anyway, up to the max level they can afford, at the top level, I mean, so... I don't know. Look at world records. Do you have actual sources about that? Like, has there been world records broken by trans athletes in recent years? I'm not, you know, I'm not big in track and field and all that, so if that's the case, I totally missed it. Hey, what's up, Punjabi? Well, if we're talking about fighting, can say, yeah, I mean, you sign a contract or you don't, right? But that's a bit... that can be a bit of a cop-out. Sometimes you just have to fight because you need to pay the bills. Especially in smaller promotions, right? Yeah, we did, Punjabi. For the second time today, we defeated Hyperion. Yeah. I'm not gonna pick that one up. Oh shit. I can't go back up there. I mean, I'm aware there's a gap between the sexes, Labrador. That doesn't answer my question, though. Wait, can I not go back? Uh-oh. Oh no, I'm stuck on a challenge room. Oh, that is very bad. I need to find a way to make it up there. Do you have a precise example and source of that, Labraduck? Because, again, like I said, I haven't heard of anything like that. So, if that happened, I'm interested to learn about it. There we go. I don't think that's gonna help. No, I don't. I can go there. Fuck, I have to do the challenge room now. Yeah. It's not gonna happen. Can't make it back. Oh my god, this is... No, I mean, I'm literally asking you for an actual proper example. Give me a name, a proper source that shows that a world record is held currently right now. Give me proper examples. I'm actually asking for them. I could search myself, but... actually trying to play the game here for a bit. I don't know, Dom. It's been weird. Ah, this room is gonna fucking kill me, isn't it? Okay, this is not something you can stand on. Noted. I'm gonna have to siphon to try and get some HP back. I don't care that much. This is... Well, I mean, you've made a lot of claims during this conversation. I would at least require that you back them up if you think that it, you know... You can just claim stuff that then doesn't exist. I can research it myself if I want, but... Let's see. Yeah, there's a few examples of powerlifting world record. Apparently she was even stripped of it. I mean, to be fair, I'm doing your work here, Lumberjack. I'm doing your work here. You're the one that claimed it. The burden of proof lied on you there. And I'm a little pissed that I have to do that research after you claimed stuff and didn't come up with the examples. Because I literally found it in 5 seconds on Google, by the way. Yeah, that was in 2019. Washington Post, so I'm thinking that's kind of reliable. Kid Carnage, I don't know. I'm very, you know, mindful of dog whistles, but... Yeah, alright. Well, I mean, that's at least one example that I can find a good source for. One example. Is that enough to prove a point? And the record was stripped. Further proving, you know, that this is not the issue you think it is. Because the record was stripped. And that leads to an interesting conversation of what do we do about those situations, right? How do we classify that? How is that different? And I'm gonna play a bit of devil's advocate there. I'm not saying that's my pure personal opinion, but I think it's an interesting way to approach this is how do we make the difference between that and a woman that's simply an outlier, out of the ordinary amount of, you know, natural test, uses all the tests in the world to get huge because, you know, powerlifting is a sport where PEDs are rampant. Very well placed to know that. I've had quite a few friends doing that. How do you make the difference? Where do you draw the line? Right? Did the organizer just, you know, maybe part-time? I mean, I'm you know, that's why I'm asking for precise examples. If you're bringing up a claim, just back it up, right? It's just, I feel like that's the point. So, yeah, I don't know. So far to me, it doesn't feel like anyone got their title stolen from them, since that one example I found was stripped. And I'm not, again, not saying there's not an interesting conversation and that it's that simple. I have no answers there. It's a complicated fucking topic. That's precisely why we're talking about it for so long, but... What's my, okay. Yeah, the problem lays there, Third Mask. How do you make the difference between that and another woman who's juiced up to the gills? Because that exists. That's... Most... Every powerlifting record holder in the past 10 years in the women categories are juiced up to the gills. That's part of the sport. Where'd you draw the line? Was that woman within the accepted test amounts and everything? Then where's the issue, right? Maybe she was just better at equivalent amounts of fucking... How do you know? That's the problem. You don't know. You can't know. There's no way to know. Like, I'm sure they will in turn. Like when we have enough examples, and that can be studied to a larger extent over time, I'm sure there will be answers. Absolutely sure. But right now it's so few outliers. What tells us that let them all drag themselves up and go crazy? Yeah, that's a... Some people were mentioning that about MMA. We would love if there was an MMA organization that just, or Olympics, that are a side Olympics where everyone is allowed to juice up as much as they want. Just fucking let everyone drug up and let's go, you know. Yeah, of course, Kid Carnage. Of course. It's a fucking mess because everyone... That's when the political agendas come in, right? Well, see, Kilby, that's a problem, is because I'm part of the people who believe everything is political, whether you want it or not. You can ignore it if you're privileged enough to ignore it, but sports have always been political. Always, since the beginning of time. I'm pretty sure sports were created for political reasons. As a way to compete over turf and whatever. So, you know, I don't know. The Olympics were definitely a political institution at first. That much I know, but But I understand what you mean. Like it should not be a place of pushing ideologies. That much I believe can be true. But completely removing the political aspects, I don't think will ever, you know. It's always going to play a role, unfortunately. I mean, you could say that a stream is not supposed to be political, and I'm not trying to push an agenda or anything. You know, that's not my place or my desire. But the stream is inherently political by the virtue of the conversation we've had. We have, right? We're talking about political stuff, whether we want it or not, so... Yeah. I think that's unfair, Labraduck, because trans... genderism is the word? I'm not sure. Is not make-believe. That's really something I disagree with very strongly, so we're clear. It's something that, you know, that is part of who they are, just as much as what someone knows they're gay or not, someone knows they're not the gender they were assigned or not. Just like someone knows they're asexual or they're not. It's something that you know. It's not something that you make up or imagine. It's something that I truly believe can change, you know, over time. Maybe it's something that's fluid for certain people. So I don't think it's always that obvious. Like, you could at one point in your life believe not believe, but know that you're a different gender, and then think you're suddenly going back the other way, because the spectrum, I believe the fluidity can move for some people. I'm sorry I used the word believe, by the way. And it's, you know, it's not make-believe, you know, it's not a part of racism. It's not... I'm not saying racism doesn't exist. I'm thinking that those are two different conversations. We've seen some very fucking racist shit in sports. Very recently. What's the name of that sprinter? That American sprinter? Sha'Carri something? Sha'Carri something? I don't remember her name, I'm sorry. Who was busted for... weed that she smoked because her mom died, and then she was not allowed to compete in the Olympics, which, you know, leads to another whole different conversation about weed being a substance that's considered illegal for sports. I don't know, is weed really an advantage in sports? I don't know. I never had, you know, never smoked weed. I'm not into high-level sports at all, so... Yeah, kid. So there's definitely racist shit in sports, right? What if that sprinter was a white woman instead of Sha'Carri? What's her name? Richardson, yeah. Would she have been, you know, face the same consequences? Maybe. We'll never know, but... It's interesting that the public opinion, when that happened in the past for white athletes in MMA, for instance, everyone was, you know, was like, oh yeah, it's perfectly fine. It was just weed. Why are you gonna disqualify someone from an MMA fight for weed? It's fucking... What's his name? Diaz. Smokes weed all the time. Why would you just... It's unfair. It's bad. Blah, blah, blah. But then... probably some of the same people are like, well, I mean, rules are rules, you know? She just shouldn't have smoked weed if she didn't want to be disqualified. Yeah. Interesting. How some people's opinion change sometimes, right? I don't know. And I'm not saying everyone who says that is racist. Not what I'm saying. I'm sure many people will say, well, I mean, rules are rules, so... And I can agree with that. I think it's a fair argument, but then you have to be fair across the board, right? You have to be coherent. You have to be, you know, you need to have the same standard for everyone, regardless of skin color and gender, right? But, no. Yeah, and then I agree with Patrick. Then it comes also down to some of this, like, different sports should probably have different rules. I think my point is, as far as that conversation goes, is that it's a fucking complicated question, and I don't have a solution. I wish I did. It's way too difficult to navigate, but yeah, I haven't heard of that athlete you mentioned, Labraduck. Pastor Semenya. Distance runner. What happened there? She was not allowed to compete. Testosterone rule change. Okay, yeah. Right. Hyperandrogenism. Yeah, but see, that's actually a perfect example. That's a very interesting example, you know? Where do you draw the line? How do you deal with that situation of someone who has a, you know, a condition that makes her have... What would be a reasoning to allow that and disallow transgender women competing in the same category, right? There's no reason. They have the same advantage of potentially a higher testosterone levels or whatever it is. I don't know. That's when it becomes... It's actually a very interesting example to prove that it's a fucking blurry line, that it's very hard to draw and... But, yeah. I will say, though, that as a general rule, I will never... it's very hard for me to say that a transgender athlete has an advantage to reach a higher level of sports, you know, higher level of their competitive sports, because they're facing so much more discrimination and bullshit that most of us ever will. That the fact that they can be able to get to that level, regardless of their birth, sex, or whatever, is already a pretty fucking big achievement in itself. So, regardless of how to navigate the rules and where we draw the line and how we deal with those situations, I want to say that I'm already impressed that those people manage to get to that level with all the bullshit they're forced to deal with on a daily basis that most other athletes never will. So that's gonna be my conclusion for now. I have, outside of the rules and everything, I have huge admiration for anyone who can manage to get to a high level of competition with a lot of disadvantages, like social disadvantages and a certain lack of privilege, right? So, at least that I'm certain of my opinion on that. Oh shit! Oh my god, what a... Holy shit! There's gonna be more. Careful. Okay, those things are tanky as all fuck and they don't take stagger damage. I am absolutely fucking fucked there. Okay. Dude, can't stagger. Rough. Okay. Kind of tempted to I'm not sure what my choice is there. I mean, this is a pretty good choice. Let's go. Balls to the wall. We're gonna have to make that work. I think I have pretty good melee artifacts, so... Yep. It's B5, not a B1 anymore? Oh, yeah. Frost Kerberonyx. Interesting. A subspecies of Kerberonyx adapted to colder climes. For unknown reason, it has maintained its darker coloring even if it offers no camouflage in this new environment. Instead of spitting volleys, it has developed a way to create sustained beam and an expanding, dark, unknown reference energy circle which cannot be phased through. Also utilized the latter when staggered in an effort to stave off attackers. Yeah, the drones not being able to get staggered is a pretty big hurdle for me now. I'm almost tempted to not go back there, actually. And just farm a different room for a while. I could totally, potentially, just, you know, make some progress elsewhere, and then go back to the challenge room, now that we have found a way to escape. Can I use that again if I pay for it? Or is it just once? Yeah, just once. Yeah, actually, very good point. I don't have to return there. Actually, I should not have picked that up. I don't want to get rid of it. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. We'll explore a different... There's a portal here and a different path there. And then... get better, more solid, and then go back to the challenge room. There's still a lot of healing there. That's the plan. That's the play. That's what we're gonna do. Absolutely, for sure. Yep, those 2 rooms. But that is certainly going to be for tomorrow. It's already much later than I wanted to go. Patrick, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I'm sorry that you're just subscribing when I'm ending. I'm sorry. This is terrible value for you. But I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. Which means... Well, I mean, actually, let me close down shop and we'll... Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. We're gonna go raid. Let me see. So I'll be back. I'll be back tomorrow in 15 hours and 35 minutes. This is 7 p.m. Central European Time. 1 p.m. Eastern. 10 a.m. Pacific. 3 a.m. Melbourne, Australian time. Whatever that is in your time zones. I'm sorry, I don't know them all by heart. We're gonna continue Returnal. Long stream tomorrow again, more than likely. Yeah, great conversations today. Hopefully, you know, hopefully everyone knows that I like to go deep in conversations that are not easy all the time. I don't run away from challenging conversations, and hopefully, you know, I didn't say too much bullshit. If I'm saying bullshit, always feel free to call me out. Preferably with, you know, like, I always love when people bring up, like, proper sources, and it always makes the conversation so much easier and more interesting, you know, so, but yeah, feel free to always call me out on my bullshit, and hard conversations are always difficult to navigate, and I'm happy we managed to do that without jumping at each other's throat, even when we disagree, which is part of the beauty of human experience. We can have different opinions, we can find common grounds, we can have conversations and grow together, sometimes in the same direction, sometimes in our different directions, but at the end of the day, it's all about growth and understanding why we believe the things we believe and why we do the things we do, I believe. So anyway, thanks for the sub, follows, gift subs, whatever. Thanks for the lurks and the conversations. I appreciate all of that equally. We're gonna raid Emmy real quick. I think she's probably live, right? Yeah, she is. Playing Outer Wilds. Let's go for that. And, yeah. Have a good night. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And until then, have a wonderful night. But, never mind. Let me scratch that. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. And until then, remember me, and I'll remember you.